Welcome to the county ground. This match is about to review. Umpires Sue Redford and Surinder Shanmuga. Your match referee is Mike Smith. Your score is not shown as 10-0. Northampton in the field, captained by Luke Rothesay, and keeping wicket Royce McManus.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Northamptonshire. It's the final day of this championship fixture between Northampton and Middlesex. We are powered by DaftBet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. Players just making their way out to the middle. Scores when we had our day ended early yesterday. Middlesex 109 for 1. Sam Robson on 49, Max Holden on 42. The visitors currently lead by 41 runs. There's 9 wickets remaining in this second innings. And it looks like Ben Sanders is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end this morning. Aaron, how are you? Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, I'm very good, even better now after that lovely introduction. Very good morning to everybody tuning in as well. Yeah, it's another stunning day here in the East Midlands. Really is. I mean, it's just a picture-perfect setting.
Stunning morning.
It really is.
Stunning morning. It's a bit cloudy, doesn't it, in the afternoons? But it is beautiful out there at the moment.
Just look, you've got the wispy clouds, you've got the beautiful pastel sky.
Don't mention the word cloud too loudly. But it is lovely at the moment. Bright blue skies, sun basking on Tidge Road. McManus up to the stumps. You've had an evening to digest the state of the game and the state of play. How are you reading it? What are the options? What are the opportunities for both of these two counties?
Well, we can talk about that in more detail after this, but we could see Sam Robson get a 50. Maybe after that latest delivery. Yeah, I think at the current state of play, the draw is probably the most likely outcome, isn't it? I mean, we didn't see too many demons in the surface. I mean, a couple kept a little bit low from this, the David Capel end, but the pace and carry from the Lynn Wilson centre end has been very consistent throughout the game. It didn't turn a massive deal for Harrison either. So I think, providing Middlesex bats sensibly, the draw should be the outcome of this contest, but we shall see.
Oh, he's gone down. Robson gets his 50. It's safe save. They're catching mid-wicket, but the Middlesex opener gets 50 for the first time in 2026. Well as Northamptonshire have battled away in this shortened game, we can't ignore the fact, Aaron, that yes, the draw is favourite. It would require a fantastic bowling performance from Northamptonshire in order to force the equation here. But that is now the third opportunity in this innings that's been put down by a Northamptonshire fielder.
Yeah, it is. And it's disappointing that. Safe save, as we know, usually very, very safe pair of hands. But unfortunately, on that occasion, just went beyond him. And again, on a surface like these, you need to take your chances. You simply have to take your chances. But I like this start from Sanderson. We are seeing some more unorthodox fields. He's trying to make something happen compared to yesterday.
Yeah, he's bowling very straight, isn't he? That's the goal here. 2 catches on the leg sides. Trying to get that bit of extra bounce or the variable bounce that we did see. But yeah, we all know it's not necessarily how cricket works, but 110 for 4 on the final day looks incredibly different in the state of this fixture. That's driven through the offside. That will be 4, I believe, for Max Holden. He gets off and underway on day 4 here in Northampton, and he himself nears 50.
Yeah, that's another stunning shot, isn't it, from Max Holden? Started off a little bit quietly yesterday, but as he got into his groove, he settled into his rhythm. You could see the shots coming about with plenty more consistency and style as well. He's putting that extra degree of flair on the strike. So, yeah, that's a lovely way for him to start his morning here on day 4. And as you said, just 4 runs shy of what would be a richly deserved half-century.
It's well timed once again. It's not going to... Well, it was tough to start, wasn't it? It's been tough to start. Tricky to get your eye in. If that wicket is going to fall, or if there is going to be a fall of a wicket, you think it's going to come pretty early in an innings. The second you get to grips with this surface, it seems fairly sociable, fairly straightforward to have a bat on. I mean, I'm sure they already are, but how much could they be ruining those opportunities when we draw towards the end of this game? End of the over, 114 for 1.
And of course, as is customary here on the Northamptonshire live stream, do let us know where you are tuning in from today. And of course, who you're supporting in this match, whether you're hoping for Northamptonshire to try and press home for victory, or hoping that Middlesex can bat all day long. Do let us know where in the country or indeed in the world you are tuning in to the Rothesay County Championship from. As we said, it is a picture-perfect day here in the East Midlands. A pleasure, a privilege, an honour to be here at this storied cricket ground and bringing you the coverage today. Do let us know, and of course let us know as well if you'll be playing some club cricket next week. That's the other question we always like to ask here on the stream.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Harry Conway to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We have got those 3 other championship games on and around the country today, so we'll keep you updated with those as the games develop and materialise at Southampton, Birmingham and also Bristol. I might even try and get myself a game next weekend. Maybe. Not for anybody important, but you never know.
It's all about the fun, isn't it? That's the gorgeous thing about club cricket. It's what makes it so special. The fact is you don't have to be playing Premier League, do you? You can just play for your local side, play a bit of Sunday cricket. Hopefully the weather will be nice next weekend as well.
Let's hope so. Conway on his way. Starts on a good line and a good length. Yeah, there'll be no cricket here next weekend for the Northamptonshire men's side. They have got the week off, haven't they? Week 4, round 4. Well, for both of these two counties, actually, both
they have.
Northamptonshire and Middlesex have got round 4 of the county championship off. But you will be back here on Sunday.
Yep, will indeed. For the Northamptonshire women, as they take on Herefordshire in the opening round of the Vitality T20 County Cup. Yeah, that's on Sunday, the 26th of April.
Good start for Harry Conway. Brings about the push drive from Robson.
Well, he was very good yesterday, wasn't he? You can see those figures. Previously 9 overs, 5 maidens, still wicketless at this stage, but conceded just 8 runs and yeah, just metronomic, miserly. As you can see, they're just bowling in that corridor, that 4th stump line, trying to just induce the outside edge. Get Robson to make a mistake.
Batted very nicely yesterday, Sam Robson, after a battling start to get the innings underway. Really did settle into it in good fashion. Two slips in place for Conway. Robson drops it into the offside and takes the single.
I believe we've got a substitute fielder on here for Northants. That's Louis Kimber, wearing the number 17.
Yeah, I think it was safe save. Went off for a bit of treatment. Hopefully all is okay, but spent a bit of time inspecting one of his fingers, I think, after that chance went down earlier on this morning. Well, not earlier on. I mean, that is factually correct, isn't it? But that makes it, or it makes you think that it was a while ago. A few games of second 11 cricket starting today as well. Aaron, men's and women's. Have you dabbled? Have you had a day out at a second 11?
I have, yes. Yes, I have. At Portland Road. Yeah, as I said, I mentioned it yesterday. I'd love to go down to Campbell Park, Milton Keynes, watch the Northamptonshire twos. Need to tip that ground off. Of course, Dunstable, another one that Northamptonshire have played at in the past. As we see the ends of the over, 40 have gone in the innings. Middlesex 116 for 1. Well done. That leads us nicely into our first shout out of the day to Lyndhurst and Ashurst Cricket Club, which is in the New Forest. Pretty cool with the wild horses trotting through the ground.
That's a very, very special area of the world, that. Some very pretty cricket grounds in the New Forest, and yeah, a few wild ponies, the wild animals kicking around. Never played there, never played in the New Forest. Not had the opportunity to do so.
Certainly on the bucket list, isn't it? Shout out as well to Michael, who's tuning in from Miami. I hope you've had a nice start to your morning, Michael.
Must be an early morning start, mustn't it? Miami, they've got to be at least 5 hours behind the UK, I would have thought.
Spot on.
6:10 in the morning.
6:10. I've just had to have a look with regards to the time zone difference. Bright and early, Michael. Well, hopefully the weather in Miami is as nice as it is here in Northampton. A lot of people say about Barbados and Scarbados. Northampton, we've got North Antigua.
Into the thigh pad. It's going to run down to fine leg. I think it's going to beat Vasconcelos. And it will indeed make its way all the way to the rope for 4-leg buys. You said you weren't going to say it on the live stream, and look, I have admiration and respect for you that you've brought that out. I love it. Say it once again.
North Antigua.
North Antigua. Oh, there you go.
Derby's got Barbados or Scarborough. I mean, Scarbados is also up there. I'm going to say, Dan, I love this region. Love Northamptonshire.
North Antigua. Phenomenal. Nice shot down the ground. Fully in control. Sam Robson. It feels like posters and T-shirts and caps and all sorts becoming available soon in the Northamptonshire club shop there, doesn't it?
Oh, do you remember the Edgbaston Beach? Do you remember that for finals day?
No, I don't. We've spoken about Birmingham beaches before, haven't we? And come to the conclusion that they don't really exist. Kept low, dug out by Robson.
So Edgbaston, usually around the time of finals day, there used to be an artificial beach around the back of the RES Wyatt stand. Perhaps we could, I don't know, a little bit of a beach or maybe a hot tub out towards the coffee van.
Yeah.
Really lean into it for the T20 Blast.
Couple of palm trees.
There you go.
Coconut cocktails. Are we commentate from there or? Good start from Ben Sanderson. On the money, asking the questions, did create the chance. Would have been a dream start. Really would have been a big kind of boost for the hosts. You can just get a sense, can't you, that there's an air of, I don't know whether flatness is kind of too strong of a word, but there isn't the buzz, is there? There isn't the hype around. I'm sure that drop catch would have sucked a bit of the life out of it to start with. It's well bowled, just tracking back in and dug out by Robson. But it is, we spoke yesterday about the fact that it would take something special for either one of these two counties to come away here with a positive result. We worked out, we're under the impression we've lost 62 overs of cricket over the course of the 3 days. And to try and kind of force a result in that shortened period on a pitch that's been very, very good to bat on. It's been competitive for the bowlers. That you've got benefit out of it if you've held your line, your length. But it has been a good batting surface. The outfield has been quick. It now is very much in the, well, it's going to take something remarkable. Either remarkably good from one of the Northamptonshire bowlers here. You're thinking kind of a 5 for single digit return type bowling spell for Conway or Sanderson. And then it probably does require a little bit of a remarkably bad performance from the Middlesex batting lineup to complement what would be a remarkably good bowling performance as well.
Yeah, completely agree. But then again, this is the beauty of live sport. No one knows what's going to happen. Someone might have that inspirational day. We might see something of pure cricketing majesty. We'll just have to wait and see what unfolds. So far, these two doing an excellent job. Holden and Robson, they had to dig in yesterday, just scrap away, display that fortitude, that mental resilience at times. But today, the hope for Middlesex will be that they can reap the rewards of that toil, the grind and the graft. Couple of shout-outs as well to Brian Olar from sunny Spain. Lovely on the beach. Oh, what a lovely place to enjoy some county championship action from. As well to A Better Today Tomorrow, who says hello from sunny Dublin. I was speaking about Dublin quite a bit the other day. I was doing a women's game which featured Orla Prendergast. She used to play in Dublin for Pembroke Cricket Club. Robson scampers through for the quick single. It's a place I'd love to visit, especially Malahide as well. Malahide on the international stage always looks a picture with a castle. Of course, just a rich sporting culture in Ireland as well, with the hurling, the Gaelic football, of course the cricket, the rugby. Certainly on the itinerary. Visit Croke Park and the Aviva.
Lovely start from Conway. Yeah, it's not somewhere I've had the pleasure of visiting as yet. Maybe you'll find yourself with this new EPL T20 setup, Aaron. Maybe you could be the voice and the face of the Dublin franchise or team.
Not sure about the face. I think for the sake of the people out there, they don't want to see this. It's a face for radio, I can assure you that.
Nicely played. Just drops it into the leg side. Robson moves to 52. And we'll keep the strike as well as Conway completes his over. Score is 121 for 1. Robson on 52, Holden on 47.
Of course, just speaking of Irish cricket as well, I mean, these two teams have got real pedigree when it comes to Irish cricketers. I know that Niall O'Brien still comes down to Wantage Road on plenty of occasions. And of course, for Middlesex in recent seasons, Paul Sterling and a certain Tim Murtagh, who throughout the game we've seen just patrolling the boundary edge. Two legends of Irish cricket. Well, three including Niall as well. Of course, his brother Kevin. Don't think anybody will ever forget that run chase in Bengaluru, 2011.
Sanderson. He's got his tail up this morning, Ben Sanderson. He's a little bit extra from the experienced seamer. Picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. Still think Calvin Harrison's got a big role to play in this final day?
Oh, 100%. When we speak about remarkable things, your leg spinners almost hold that pedestal, don't they? If the seamers can't quite get the wickets desired. A little bit more responsibility, the onus, the emphasis lies more heavily on the wrist spinner's shoulders. But Sanderson here, as you said, Dan, is bowling very well indeed. Really testing out the defences here. Robson, both the front foot and the back foot. In the line so far, he's bowling to his field. It is a little bit more set on the onside compared to what we've seen from Sanderson in this game. Of course, there isn't the short leg in place. James Sales is out at deep square leg. Of course, you've got those two fielders in the imaginary infield, especially Safe Sabe in the thick of it.
Yeah, he's just trying to get Robson to play across his front pad, isn't he? Bring LBW in and also have those 2 catches. I mean, there's evidence to suggest that the plan works. The opportunity was created, wasn't it? Second ball of the morning. Cam Robson has been very good. Did you note down who got the lives yesterday morning? Was it 1-1 for De Carey's and Robson? It was. I think the score, if my memory serves me right, there was about 10 runs on the board, wasn't there? I think.
Correct.
At that particular stage.
Yeah, it was almost a very similar start to what we saw on day one. And at one point, Middlesex were 10 for 2.
Great work from Lewis McManus. Tidy work, pat on the back for Ben Sanderson. Excellent over, 121 for 1. It's a maiden.
A couple more geographical shout-outs as well, Dan. So we've got Fraser from Edinburgh. We've got West Ham boy, of course, is tuning in from Abu Dhabi. I think he's been here for the entire game.
I think he has.
Fair play to your mates.
Which of those locations then would you want to be in? Miami, Abu Dhabi, Edinburgh, the New Forest, or the beach in Spain?
Oh, that's really tough. That's really tough.
Or just Northampton, because I know that's yeah. No, I'm taking that option away because I know that's your answer. You're just going to sound and go, well, Dan, I'd rather be sat here with you.
Well, that is true because, of course, this is where the cricket is. And where the cricket is, I tend to be.
I like the idea of a day in Miami, following along to the championship, just pottering about. I assume that's what you do in Miami. There's probably a lot of other things to do, but
plenty of sports.
A lot of sport. A very relaxing day on the beach. Sounds like a nice way to spend a day.
Certainly does.
A lot of nice hikes around the New Forest too.
And of course the wildlife as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing about the New Forest. It's a difficult one, that. Although I think I said this the other day, I do absolutely adore Edinburgh.
You do?
I do love Edinburgh with the castle. Obviously you got the Grange, got the zoo. Lovely beach as well, north of Edinburgh, Portobello. Known for its beach volleyball. Yeah, of course. No finer place to be than Northampton today.
No finer town, as the song goes.
And again, a town with plenty of sporting culture, pedigree. Home of the Saints, the Cobblers, and of course the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Also a very historic county is Northants. Also got a couple of people tuning in from Staines, which is down towards London way. I believe it's Surrey, isn't it, Staines? Shout out to you, Rahul.
Is it Surrey? It's like Heathrow kind of area, isn't it, Staines? Just outside the M20. Is it inside or outside the M25? That's testing the geography knowledge.
I thought it was Surrey way.
What?
It's worth a quick check.
Big drive from Holden. It's going to be a test of patience here for the Middlesex batters. Really in a position to have that expansive, free-flowing game that someone like Max Holden is renowned for. It's going to need to be watchful. Or am I thinking of somewhere completely different? To be fair, I think we're both right. I think it is in Surrey, and I don't think it's far away from Heathrow. Oh, well done us. Geography knowledge. Get us on Pointless.
Or a very niche mastermind subject.
Your specialist subject, where is Staines? delivery, good pace from Conway. Dot ball to end the over. It's another maiden. So Northants building a bit of pressure. 121 for 1.
Well, we have just had some further Staines info, courtesy of Phil. We've just been fed through that on the live stream feed. So it is inside the M25, outside of Greater London, and historically is in the county of Middlesex. So hence the connection there. So there might be quite a few Middlesex fans tuning in from Staines. So thank you for that additional knowledge, Phil. Also got a couple of people tuning in from West Yorkshire and Uganda.
Uganda. Is it Kampala?
Yes, Kampala.
Kampala.
Kampala, the nation's capital.
I'd like to go and see cricket in Africa.
Well, of course, home of the cricket cranes who made the T20 World Cup.
There's a few of those countries that are developing quite well in the sport of cricket, aren't they? Obviously, outside of the obvious South Africa, Zimbabwe, and I guess Namibia, you'd kind of have in that same conversation. Safe to say, it looks like he's putting the protective gear on to go under the lid. Sanderson from the David Capel end. Trying to extract a bit of life out of the surface. Big factor here is the fact that this Dukes that they're using is 44 overs old. I mean, that's a positive for Northamptonshire if they're able to scratch out a few of these Middlesex top order batters this morning, that they will get an opportunity with a second new ball today, which has been very useful in the course of the fixture so far. I think we mentioned remarkable. Also think you've probably got to be perfect as well. You've got to have those two to complement one another and sync up.
But then again, for Northamptonshire here, it's just a case of plugging away. Just continue to try and execute your game plan. You can see here for Sanderson, there is a definite tactic being employed with the short mid-wicket, short leg, Harrison and Vasconcelos in the slips. It has just been stump-to-stump bowling. It's almost been quite different from what we saw in the first game against Lancashire, where it was very much that corridor channel bowling outside the off-stump, looking to just generate a little bit of swing. We haven't seen pronounced lateral movement at any point, really, throughout this game. I know we saw a very nice dismissal from Ryan Higgins to dismiss Lewis McManus, which just kissed the outside of the keeper's bats, but
yeah, as you say, it's not been prodigious lateral movement, whether that's through the air or off the seam. Despite the atmospherics that we have had, it's not been a huge amount of assistance for the seamers. Whether there would be a little bit more, well, there would be considerably more wear in the surface had we have had the full complement of overs through the course of the game. Whether that would have brought Calvin Harrison into it more on day 3 or 4. Good number of people in this morning as well, Aaron. There's a nice pocket down in that Briggs and Forrester stand, just enjoying the sunshine.
Well, it is the sun trap, isn't it? That side of the ground. Of course, the old football stand as well, if it wasn't covered, would also probably have that title. But yeah, there are a nice amount of spectators today, hopefully enjoying the return of the county championship, as are we.
Certainly are. Enjoying the pressure here that Northants are able to apply. Another maiden, 121 for 1.
And so far from Conway and Sanderson, it's almost been a resumption of the status quo. A lot of very tight economic lines. Haven't quite had the reward as of yet, but two experienced campaigners, both of whom back their skills, back their abilities. Conway in particular has been very impressive, not only throughout this game, but throughout this season, especially down in Kent. To take 5 for 36 on a wicket which didn't offer much assistance at all for either seamers or spinners. That really was a testament to the standard that he was setting. Here he is then bowling to Max Holden. Holden just drops the bat on it, quick single, and that has been almost a hallmark, hasn't it, of Middlesex throughout both of their innings so far. Proactive running.
Yeah, they've been busy, haven't they? They've created a few moments of scare, I think, at points, but generally speaking, they've run very well together. And that there, they'll be, well, they'd have been desperate, really, wouldn't they, to have just taken the Northampton bowlers off their line. That was 3 maidens in a row.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Conway. Testing the glove there of Sam Robson. A little bit of additional bite and venom on that particular delivery. I think after this over as well, Dan, we can have the first score update of the day. Of course, plenty of action taking place up and down the country. Admittedly, mostly to the south of us here in Northampton, apart from the game taking place at Edgbaston. Now, it should be a very interesting day of cricket as the short leg remains in place here for Conway. Two slips, fielder at backward point. In fact, he's just taken a step to his right, so more of a point fielder now. Deep third. Sanderson operating as a bit of a short mid-wicket, and deep square leg also in play alongside the long leg. Robson guides it along the carpet to that fielder at point. Seeing a few more spectators just walking around towards the Spencer Lounge. Looking resplendent as ever from our position here in the comms box, as well as the iconic signal box as well. A lasting feature of the county ground in Northampton. Of course, we hope that everyone out there had a lovely weekend. We certainly have had a nice weekend here in the East Midlands, just watching this third round fixture between two sides who, in our opinion, Dan, should be challenging for promotion.
I think from what we've seen, they'll both be, well, they both should be there or thereabouts, shouldn't they, come the end of the year? I think this game in particular, I don't want to keep going on about it, but I think we would have been in for a very good finish today. I really do think we'd have been in for a thrilling fourth and final day between these two counties. They feel pretty evenly matched with the skill sets and the quality that they have on offer. It's not been a bad start to the morning for Northants.
Well, it hasn't, realistically. The fact is, these two have done a fine job. The only thing missing, of course, from the home side's point of view is a wicket. As for Middlesex, well, this is precisely what's needed. Fact is, those 8 points for the draw, yes, they've been outscored with the bonus points, but you don't want to head into a bye week on back-to-back defeats. That would not be on the cards against Sanderson. Covers up defensively first ball. For Holden, of course, searching for that first 50 of the campaign. Previous scores of 32 against Gloucestershire. Scored 25 and 40 against Worcestershire at Lords. And in the first innings here, dismissed very early on for just a solitary run. So very good to see him in this rhythm, getting his mojo back. As we all know, a very classy operator. He's an England Lions player now. Really integral part of the batting unit for Middlesex, and by all accounts, a very nice individual as well. I've got a lot of time for Max Holden. He's a hard worker, he's a grafter. Someone who's worked very hard over the winter just to almost iron out the creases in his current game. Certainly has the skills to have a big season for the visitors.
Do you think there would have been thought of trying to set a game up on day 4? Do you think that could still be on the cards as the day plays out? Do you think that's something that the two squads and coaches would have an appetite for?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because we had quite a lengthy conversation about this yesterday, the fact that there isn't as much jeopardy in the second division because you can't get relegated. There isn't a Division 3 as such. So yes, it's not nice to have the wooden spoon. It's not a nice thing to have next to your county's name, but there's not the same feeling, is there, compared to getting relegated. So realistically, sides have to win games of cricket. It's something which Glamorgan and Leicestershire for many years found out the hard way. As Robson defends that latest one for no run. But I think at this stage, given what we've seen from the pitch, I'm not sure there would be too much in it for either side, because for Middlesex, they would have to put together quite the healthy lead. They really would. As we said, aside from the variable bounce from the far end of the ground, it's been relatively consistent. Yes, it's been difficult early doors for the batting sides, but once you're in, it does offer plenty for the batters as Robson drops that square of the wicket on the offside for 1. Partnership now moves to 90, and after 47 overs of the innings, Middlesex are 124 for 1. So yeah, that'd be my outlook for it. I know it's a little bit of a shame because it's natural for us as sporting fans to want this grandstand finish, but I think for Northamptonshire as well, they would be happy with their efforts in this game. The fact is they've got 4 batting bonus points, a maximum of 3 bowling bonus points, plus the 8 for the draw. They're already in and around the top 4. An additional 15 points heading into your bye week gives you a nice little foundation for the next stretch of games, starting with that match against Worcestershire here on the 1st of May. But again, we shall see. Stranger things have happened in this wonderful sport. We spoke about it, I think, on day 1. In fact, in the 1920s, Hampshire got bowled out for 15 runs against Warwickshire in a game and won that particular fixture. So you never know. A batting collapse, extraordinary spell of bowling from either Conway or Sanderson, Proctor, Harrison. we're just going to have to watch. Robson once more defends that one confidently. Holden remains on 49 at the other end as we just see Luke Proctor doing a few stretches. I imagine he'll bowl from the David Capel end. It definitely helped him with that variable bounce, the skiddier of the Northamptonshire seam bowlers. In the end, it was that skiddy nature which trapped De Carey's LBW with the score on 34.
Seems to have got a touch livelier out there for the Northamptonshire fielders again. A bit more life, a bit more encouragement. Conway and Sanderson really have set their standard high this morning. Wanted a clear plan and they've executed it very well.
Well, they have, and they've been unorthodox with the field placements as well. I know, of course, we've seen the short leg throughout this game, but we also saw the previous over from Sanderson. He had a leg slip in place with safe save. Of course, before that, you had the two catches in and around short mid-wicket. You can't fault Northamptonshire for their effort. The fact is they are trying to generate something different here. But so far, these two have had all of the answers and then some. For Robson as well, we all know he can bat all day. Patience, concentration, mental resilience. What qualities or characteristics that the former England opener lacks by any means. Of course, as well, today we've also seen McManus up to the stump, so some different strategies, tactics, ploys and plans being implemented by the Tudor Rose. This would be a nice little milestone for Max Holden, just with regards to his campaign. Currently on 49, one shy of what would be his first half century of the 2026 season. Here is Sanderson then, bowling to Holden, who pulls it very well around the corner. That will go for 4 down towards deep backward square. And right on cue, Max Holden delivers. He raises the bat aloft for his first half century of the summer. He moves on to 53. Middlesex onto 128 for 1. And well, knowing Max Holden, that's certainly the first. I don't think it will be the last time that we see him reach the 50 this summer. Well batted for the Middlesex number 3.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he? Bit of a freak dismissal in the first innings. Someone who's got a good record here at the county grounds for both Middlesex and Northamptonshire and the England Lions. Expected him really to bounce back and fight back with a good performance in the second innings.
Just a very nice cricketer to watch as well, isn't he, Max Holden? I know we spoke about the southpaw style, being a left-hander. You think of some of the all-time greats in cricket, especially Brian Lara, Kumar Sangakkara. There's a certain style and elegance to left-handers, and for Holden in particular, with the bottom hand, really does come into quite a bit of prominence, especially on the pull. Those little flicks through mid-wicket as well really generates plenty of velocity on the ball. And equally alongside those shots, with an air of elegance and panache, there's also been the gritty ones. There's been the forward defences. He's left well on both line and length. He's just seemed in complete and utter control of his batting here. As a result, he's forcing the hands here of the Northamptonshire bowlers. As that one will just beat the effort of the fielder. That one should go all the way for 4 down towards the scoreboard. There is a last-ditch effort to try and corral the cherry. On occasion, the effort was in vain. 4 more for Holden. Middlesex move into the 130s. Partnership as well stands at 98 between these two. Holden that time just caught with regards to the shot decision. Didn't quite have the same assertiveness as we see a slight change in the field. Liam Guthrie, who was down towards deep backward square leg, he now just goes to the left of the square leg umpire. Perhaps this might just be an invitation for Holden to try out the pull shot. Just takes a glance to his right-hand side. Will Sanderson go for the short ball, or will it be the double bluff?
You'd always be quite surprised if a short ball were to be bowled with the keeper up to the stumps. From a spectator's perspective and a batter's perspective, it's not to say that it wouldn't be an option, but it would be asking an awful lot for your wicket-keeper if it particularly was a well-directed short ball to tidy that up, assuming the batter were not to play it to sway out the way or duck it. End of the over, though. We must be coming towards the end of these spells from Harry Conway and Ben Sanderson. We had 49 minutes of cricket this morning, bowled exclusively by the two. So the next question really will be who comes on next. I would imagine Luke Proctor will be the obvious answer. Liam Guthrie, I mean, certainly has something a little bit different about his game plan than the other guys. But didn't bowl with the control that was required on day one.
Here is Conway. Robson drives that for no run.
Would you throw the ball to your leg spinner?
Personally, I would. I would for 2 reasons here. One, just because you're going to be changing up the pace of the game. But secondly, especially with the left-handed Holden, Harrison will have to get it right when it comes to the tactics. But you've got plenty of rough outside the eye line of the left-hander. So for me personally, Proctor from the David Capel ends, Harrison from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That's a gorgeous looking shot from Sam Robson. An effortless drive through the covers. Beats the pursuits of the fielders. That will be 4 more runs for the visitors. Middlesex move on to 136 for 1. Robson joins Holden on 57. Appear to have all of the time in the world for that latest shot.
Yeah, stylish, wasn't it? I think Northamptonshire will quite like to see it. The fact that there's a willingness to be a bit more positive, a bit more aggressive at the ball. They may feel that brings them into the game a little bit more, but I agree with you. I'd like to see Luke Proctor from the David Capel end when the time is right to replace Ben Sanderson. and then really just give Calvin Harrison as long as you possibly can to bowl as many overs. Try and work together and weave some magic. And let him bowl all day, really, from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Of course, as a result of that boundary from Robson, the 100 partnership also came up for this pair. Holden coming in after the dismissal of Josh DeCary's trapped LBW by Luke Proctor for 15 with the score on 34. Since then, these two holding down the fort very well for their team. Robson just turns that around the corner. Down towards deep backward square for one. Did speak about that score update as well. We will deliver that at the end of this over. Yep. Well aware that we promised and didn't quite deliver on that one. We got too absorbed and engrossed by the action here in Northampton. But yeah, just looking around the grounds, I know in Division 1, a couple of early wickets have fallen in both Southampton and in Birmingham. No wickets have fallen here as of yet on day 4. But the sun is shining very nicely indeed. So that one just keeps a tad low. Holden alert to the potential danger, and that'll be the end of the over. So Middlesex, 137 for 1 after 50. They lead by 69, and with the scores on the doors, I'll pass over to yourself, Mr. Jadzovic.
Okay, let's have a go, shall we? Let's start in Division 2 with the game down at Bristol. Lancashire taking on Gloucestershire. Current scores on the doors, Lancashire 121 for 3, so they've lost no further wickets since the start of play this morning. They require a further 81 runs from the remaining 83 and a half overs down at Bristol to pick up victory against Gloucestershire. Keaton Jennings is 48 not out, and Michael Jones is 30 not out in that particular fixture. And then 2 games in Division 1, and I'm going to make you wait as well, Mr. Viles, because I just like doing that, you know. Somerset versus Hampshire down at Southampton. Somerset require 119 runs to secure victory against Hampshire. They are currently 168 for 4. The 1 wicket to fall was of James Rue. He was caught by Ben Brown off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 59. Tom Abel currently 38 not out, and Will Smead in the middle with him, 16 off 27. And then in Birmingham, it's Warwickshire versus Essex. And this one, well, this one's tense. Essex require 167 runs. Warwickshire require 6 wickets. Essex are 39 for 4 in the 4th innings of that game. Keith Barker has 3 wickets and Ethan Bamber has 1.
Yeah, very tense indeed in the second city. Also in Southampton as well. Just because, was that Kyle Abbott's first wicket of the innings? Am I correct in thinking that? Yep. Sonny Baker took the other ones, didn't he? Yep. Kyle Abbott just has a history against Somerset. I still remember 2019 at one of the most crucial points in the title race. Somerset travelled to Southampton and Kyle Abbott took match figures of 17 for 86. Sanderson bowling here to Robson, who defends the latest one off the back foot. Yeah, just an incredible bowler, timeless. I think that's how I describe Kyle Abbott. In a similar manner to this man bowling, Ben Sanderson. A genuine wizard with the Duke's ball.
Another quick update. Lancashire have lost a wicket. 4 wickets down, 121 for 4.
Robson just works that one out in front of square on the onside.
Michael Jones dismissed for 30. So still 81 required. Now just 6 wickets left for Lancashire. Could be a twist down at Bristol.
Well, it comes back to what we said about that game. I know on paper a lot of people were expecting quite a commanding victory for the Red Rose, but for Gloucestershire, it's just about scrapping away, just taking it deep. Regardless of whether you win the game or not, I mean, it's been a very difficult start to the season. I know Mark Lane mentioned that in his post-match the other day. You have to keep on plugging away. That's a good tumbling stop by James Sales at backward point. Rightfully applauded by his teammates for saving what looked to be a certain boundary. That's all you can do. The fact is, in sports and wider life, if we're being a little bit more philosophical, you do have your defeats, you have your bad moments, but you've got to show character.
Yeah, and I think Northants have done that this morning, haven't they? They really have. Well, the two of these guys have really, really plugged away. Just to give you an idea, this is Sanderson's 7th over. He's conceded 16 runs this morning, and Harry Conway has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. They have kept the pressure on. They have asked questions. At the moment, the Middlesex pair have the answers. They lead by over 70 now. Getting towards the end of that crucial first hour. I think if it was possible, I think the draw has become more favourite.
Yep, I would agree. But again, Middlesex have batted well. And in fact, it's going to be Liam Guthrie bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So change of ends for the Australian gunslinger. So left arm pace on this side of the ground. As you mentioned earlier, Dan didn't quite find his radar on day 3. Didn't have the same efficiency or efficacy as likes of Sanderson, Conway and Proctor. He's got a chance today, though, just to deliver something different. Here he is bowling to Sam Robson. The first one slightly short and pulled away rather stylishly out on the leg side for 1. But again, almost in the similar vein to Calvin Harrison, the fact that Guthrie does provide something very different to the likes of a Conway, a Sanderson, a Proctor, a Sales. Again, this could be a big opportunity for the Western Australian.
Yeah, there's just, as you say, an opportunity to do something special, isn't there? I think that's on the cards and on the table today for one of the Northamptonshire bowlers. And that's not to say that the Middlesex batters and the pair in the middle in particular won't be doing something special at this very moment, but kind of feels like the perfect cricketer for this type of moment is someone like Stuart Broad, doesn't it? Someone that just finds something out of nowhere. Has Liam Guthrie got that type of spell up his sleeve? He can certainly bowl some magic deliveries. We've seen that before.
He can bowl some magic spells as well. Here last season against Middlesex, took 7 for 94. In how Northamptonshire would love to see 7 wickets from the left armour. It'll be difficult on this surface, though. One which, as we've said, has been rather pleasant for the respective batting units. And of course, for Guthrie himself, who yesterday brought up a maiden professional 50. So he should be brimming with plenty of confidence as he gets Holden on the leave. And some of the shots as well. I mean, obviously there was the beautiful straight drive. He played a couple of tremendous pull shots, but the very first delivery that he faced, coming out at number 10, executing an uppercut. I mean, that was ludicrous, wasn't it?
I think it was just pure instinct, wasn't it? It was remarkably well played, incredibly well controlled. I can't remember who it was that was bowling. Was it Sharma? Navya Sharma bowling from the
Tom Helm.
Tom Helm. Just uppercutting over Cracknell for 4. Good pace from Guthrie, as you'd expect, and on the angle going across Max Holden. He's on 57 now. Does look like Calvin Harrison's trying to loosen that back up. It's there at gully, just stretching out. Maybe from the David Capel ends worth a look for the leg spinner with that short boundary. That's flicked away towards the aforementioned short boundary. Dissects the 2 fielders, protecting the rope perfectly, and it's 4 for Holden to end the over. So he now overtakes Sam Robson. Score is 143 for 1. Holden on 61, Robson on 60.
That made a real thump, didn't it? A thud into the advertising hoardings down there on the leg side for the left-hander. Again, it has been a running theme really here in Northampton early season, but the outfield is lightning fast. Really is, especially square of the wicket. As soon as it picks up pace from those practice pitches, even if you've got a fielder out there, it's very, very difficult to stop. As we imagined, it will be the home side's captain, Luke Proctor, who has ball in hand from the David Capel ends. Of course, he has that only wicket for the host so far. Can he produce something special here? Lead from the front and catalyse something for the Tudor Rose.
Has it carried? Don't think it did. Just dying in front of George Bartlett. Falling forward, wasn't he? Yeah. Fractions away. But he's going to continue on what Ben Sanderson started with from the David Capel end this morning. He's just going to bowl wicket to wicket, nice and straight. I'm just dropping the length back. They will settle on the single. Absolutely no need for Middlesex really to take the risks on at this stage. Holden now on strike. The plan will remain the same. It's pulled away and well stopped at mid-wicket. Nathan McSweeney with those exceptionally high standards. Keeping it to a dot ball, keeping Holden on strike. Bounced. It's well played by Holden. It really is. He's just taken the bottom hand off the bat to control that a little bit more without it flying off towards Calvin Harrison. Has another wicket fallen in Birmingham, right?
It has indeed, yeah. Paul Walter
what the wild celebration
has been dismissed by Ed Barnard, the Warwickshire captain, for 8. Caught by Keith Barker.
Tailing back in. Good take by McManus.
As for the other games, no further wickets in Bristol or indeed in Southampton. We shall keep you updated on those other scores throughout the remainder of the day. Although we imagine the Lancashire and Somerset Hampshire games will probably end a little bit quicker, potentially this morning. Lancs now require just 69 runs for the victory, with 6 wickets remaining. As for the game in Southampton, Somerset require 109, with 6 wickets remaining as well. Will Smead currently in the middle.
Yeah, all 3 of them look like they're games that are going to be reaching their culmination sooner rather than later, don't they? One way or another.
Just waiting here for Liam Guthrie to get ready. Just had a comment on YouTube come in from Avnish, who's tuning in from Kanpur in India. Home to Green Park, which was once upon a time an international stadium. I believe Uttar Pradesh also play there as well in the Ranji Trophy. Ranji Trophy, of course, named after a great of county cricket, K.S. Ranjit Singhji. It is nice, though, isn't it, over the winter? Of course, we long for county cricket in those winter months, but having the likes of the Ranji, Sheffield Shield, the Plunket Shield in New Zealand as well, South African competitions.
I bet you grind through some highlights, don't you? Some
Oh,
highlight
absolutely.
packages.
Most definitely do. What can I say? I'll probably love this sport too much, if we're being brutally honest. It takes up far too much of my life, but I don't know, there's just something magical, enchanting, mesmerising, whatever you want to describe it as. I mean, it is just the constant, almost want for knowledge of the game. A lot of people have been in that position over the years as well.
Absolutely. There's a lot to love about it, isn't there?
There is.
There really is, for so many different reasons and for so many different people as well, whether you're playing, whether you're spectating. Whatever you're doing and however you choose to consume this sport, whatever format, whatever country, whatever league. Short ball by Guthrie. Just get the sense, don't you, at the start of this over, that both sets of players have just started to just almost concede and resign the fact that today might not be the day that they were hoping it was going to be. Really did take some time to get this over started from Liam Guthrie. Still the 2 slips in place for Northamptonshire. And still, Sam Robson has an answer. Nicely played, nicely timed, just wide of McSweeney, who does well, but wide enough to allow Robson to come through for a single. Moves to 62. Holden on 63. That channel still bowling that wicket-to-wicket plan for Northamptonshire. End of the over, 147 for 1. Will be Luke Proctor from the David Capel end, still with those 2 slips, still with those 2 catches on the square. It's a short ball that's gone right over the crossbar. McManus has just tipped it over on its way, and it's going to go as 4 byes. I don't think Lewis McManus could have done much more about that. Is it time for Northants to try a short ball plan for a period of time and do something a little bit different?
Potentially. I think if they are going to try that, Guthrie's probably the man to do it, just as your faster bowler will also have that additional space out on the longer boundary. As opposed to Robson, that is. Holden, a little bit of a different one, unless he was to change ends, and you get the leg spinner on from our side of the ground.
Well, I don't think the runs are particularly important, are they? At this stage, I don't really think it matters with regards to the short side or the long side of the boundary. If a couple of deliveries track over the boundary rope for 4 or 6 on a hook or a pull, that probably doesn't really affect the game a great deal. Down the leg side, I think there's bat on it. There is, it's 4 runs. It evades a diving McManus, and it's 4 more for Middlesex and 4 more for Sam Robson.
Yeah, that one's slightly fortuitous for the opener. The fact that it just evaded the stretch of McManus, but it's 4 runs regardless for the visitors. As we said, well, for both of these two, after uncharacteristically quiet starts to the campaign, they'll be hoping for some big scores here today.
Certainly got a good opportunity to go and get it, haven't they? That's played nicely through the offside. This time a long chase on down towards the boundary rope. And the ball has won. Again, back-to-back boundaries for Robson. That one just generating a ripple of applause from the spectators sat beneath us here in the Lynn Wilson Centre ends. Those of you in the ground that are maybe tuning in, we hope you're all well. Those of you that have joined us through the course of the 4 days as well, we hope you're doing well. You've had a nice weekend and you've enjoyed the coverage here in this championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. No ball from Luke Proctor, overstepping.
Well, that would have been a dagger, wouldn't it, if that would have carried to George Bartlett and the no ball was called. Just going back to that previous shot as well from Robson, just really clever. Played it intentionally. Plays it with deft and soft hands, just runs it down. I mean, there is a massive gap from where Harrison is and Guthrie it back with points. So providing you can get the direction, plenty of runs to be scored in that region. There has been a wicket in Bristol. Lancashire now 5 down. Matty Hurst, the latest man to go. And Will Williams has got 3 wickets against his former county.
Fielded off his own bowling. Just does not have an answer at the moment to Northamptonshire. End of the over, 160, is it 161, 167? 161 for 1. Well, Lancashire, they dished out a bit of a final day thriller last weekend, didn't they, against Derbyshire? I wonder if they're on the cusp of being on the receiving end of one. Down at Bristol. For supporters of both of these counties, having what we've seen from the opening 3 rounds, I think most people will probably be quite happy in supporting Gloucestershire at this particular moment. If they're able to take some points away from Lancashire. Down the ground. Lovely looking cricket shot. It's going to be a long chase down there towards the boundary rope. And the ball does win. Glorious.
It is. It's elegant cricket, that, from Max Holden. Of course, I know we've spoken about this on many an occasion over the course of these 4 days, but he made his first-class debut for Northamptonshire while on loan at the club in 2017. He's come an awful long way since then. As we said, one of the real premier and go-to options in Middlesex's top order. Very stylish operator, as he's showcasing here. But with regards to that wider Division 2 conversation, I mean, next week is going to be a big one, isn't it? Of course, both of these 2 counties have got the week off, but there's a certain fixture between Durham and Lancashire at the Riverside, which, to say that's pulsating, tantalising, potentially very absorbing and gripping, I think, is an understatement. I think for a lot of people, regardless of the teams they support, I've got that one circled. Red marker. It's a big game, that. Big fixture. Whoever wins that, it's an early statement, isn't it?
It will be as you say, one that could well set the tone for the top of Division 2 for the remainder of the season. Those two counties. With respect to the 2 that we're commentating on and the others in the division as well, you'd think would be the favourites for the top 2 spots. He fields that well off his own bowling.
There's been a wicket in Southampton. Oof. Will Smead has been dismissed by Eddie Jack, caught by Jake Lehman, who's having quite the game on the south coast. Quite the season so far, but back-to-back half-centuries, and he's now taken the latest catch. So Craig Overton and Tom Abel are out in the middle. Plus a full toss from Guthrie. It's good football skills there as well from Nathan McSweeney.
Take a single. Just gets it straight enough. It's Holden, or Robson, in fact, now into the 70s. Keep the strike at the end of the over. It's 166 for 1, the score.
Yeah, aside from that, no further wickets in the other 3 matches across either division. Calvin Harrison just beginning to get those shoulders loose. Proctor, it will be to continue from the David Capel end, but yeah, something tells me we'll see the introduction of the leg spinner sooner rather than later. this stage, it does appear as though for the home side, it almost is the, I won't say the last roll of the dice. I think it's a little bit early in a comparatively drier surface. There has been some wear and tear. You can see some footmarks, especially outside what would be, what will be Max Holden's off stump. Of course, Laius deploy in at number 4. Feels as though that's probably the likely avenue for Luke Proctor to try and exploit.
Yep, I would agree with you. Yeah, is it too early to say a last roll of the dice? I mean, it's still, nothing much has changed in a sense of it's still going to require something remarkable, isn't it? From one or the other, either a remarkably good spell or a remarkably bad passage of batting for Middlesex in this particular fixture. He'll have about half an hour, won't he, to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Looks like he's probably going to replace Liam Guthrie in the imminent future. That will be another comfortable and sociable single taken into the leg side. As I say, it still would have been hard toil. It really would have been hard work. But I think from a Northants perspective and a fan's perspective, you'll be left with that, what if those 3 chances? What if they'd stuck? Nobody drops anything on purpose, do they, on any standard of cricket that is played, but you're just left with a what if it was 10 for 2? Short ball pulled away in front of square. 4 more. Played with an immense amount of time and power for Max Holden. What if that wicket had been taken second ball of the morning? Short ball, top edge this time. Flying down towards Harry Conway. Straight to the big Australian. Just 1 run. Yeah, that Hampshire-Somerset game has suddenly taken an incredibly interesting twist, hasn't it? You'd still say Lancashire would be favourites down at Bristol, and you'd say Warwickshire now would be favourites against Essex. That game down in Southampton. Definitely one worth keeping an eye on if you've got a facility to have 2 streams on at the same time. End of the over, 174 for 1. Robson will keep the strike. He's on 72. The partnership now worth 140 between the pair. Middlesex lead by 106.
So will be Harrison to bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. We have had a question for you, Dan, come through.
For me? Or for us?
Well, for us, but I'll pose
good.
it to you.
No,
because
we'll
we
both
did
answer.
discuss this on day 1. It comes courtesy of Garden Cricket Ashes. What's your opinion on Middlesex winning the toss and choosing to bat first in the game? I mean, Ziggy was here for the first 3 days of the match, and from their point of view, they thought it was a bowl first, especially given the fact that there were so many overheads. So, seeing as we are almost taking a bit of a summary over the first 3 days of action, do you think that was the right decision, or how do you see it as the game has progressed?
I think at the time, I think it was a bit of a 50-50 call, wasn't it, really? If you look down, and I think it's been proven the fact that it's a good batting surface. I think that's been pretty evident here. There's been a nice pace. There's not been a great deal of turn on offer, as that's going to be 4 off the first ball from Calvin Harrison. However, if you looked up, in particular on that day, it was incredibly overcast, wasn't it? Very, very murky, very gloomy. I suppose with the way that this game has played out and the, to say it again, the time that we've lost, you'd say that the game has developed to a point where the team bowling at the moment, has it gone? Has it taken it? Nothing at all from umpire. McManus was convinced, Harrison was convinced, and Robson unconvinced, as was the umpire. I think you're probably in a position now, if you'd have bowled first on the morning, that you've got an opportunity to control this, but I still think any positive result is a remarkably long way away. What do you reckon? Bit of theatre, bit of showmanship?
Little bit.
Full toss. Harry Conway does well.
Yeah, he has done well. I think in terms of the decision, I think it goes back to what we saw in the first game against Lancashire as well. I mean, the surfaces here early season are very good for batting, and Chris Wright mentioned it a couple of seasons back. It is almost, it almost seems a little bit counterintuitive when we see so many wickets falling early doors in April. But at the end of the day, the wickets, the surfaces, the pitches are at their freshest. They have been unused. So providing that the overheads aren't absolutely terrible, if you take a look at the surface and you think, right, it's going to be a good batting deck, it's not really going to deteriorate, it's not been used beforehand. That is why a lot of teams do choose to bat first here. And I think for Middlesex, I mean, yes, they'll be disappointed the fact that Northamptonshire outscored them in the bonus points column, but they've not really been dominated in this game, have they? They have been very much in the hunt throughout the entirety. So that'll be a dot ball to round out the over. Middlesex 180 for 1. The partnership now stands at 146. Yeah, an interesting question, that, so thank you for sending that in. I think we'll have a change of ends here for Liam Guthrie. Indeed we will.
Yeah, so a change of ends for Liam Guthrie. It's very much going to be a short ball plan, isn't it? With a fine leg, a deep square. Almost a long leg in McSweeney.
Yep, similar tactic as well to right-handed Robson. 2 slips in the cordon. Harrison in the sun hat and Vasconcelos immediately to the right of McManus. Conway down at long leg. James Sales down at deep backward square. Safe Sabe just being pushed out to deep backward point. Feels like something needs to be sparked here by Guthrie. It's that one full and driven. And a good stop by McSweeney. Again, just a word on McSweeney, Dan. I mean, what a start to the season he's had. Back-to-back centuries, 101 unbeaten. Down in Canterbury in round 2. Backed it up with another century, 107 in this game. He looks the business, doesn't he?
He does. He does. We sung his praises yesterday, didn't we, at the end and during that innings. It's like a very, very good piece of business for Northamptonshire to bring him over for multiple reasons. One, because of the skill set, and then also the fact that he's going to be available for the entire year, which is hugely important for a county that will want that stability and then also be able to have a bit of a promotion push backed on the quality of someone like Nathan McSweeney. I would imagine the leadership quality that he's brought into the dressing room will be adding value as well for not only Darren Lehman and the coaching staff, but also the younger players in the Northants team and Luke Proctor himself. Single taken that time. Another wicket has fallen down in Southampton. 6 down, 197 for 6. Liam Dawson has got Craig Overton for 4. So 90 runs required for Somerset now. Their plans of having a bumper start to the 26 County Championship somewhat being stifled by Hampshire and Southampton.
There is just something about games between those two counties. It brings out the best in them. Really does. I mean, a lot of the emphasis, the onus now lies on the shoulders of Tom Abel. Of course, the captain, Lewis Gregory. He's in next to bats for the West Country outfits. But yeah, that's going to be very interesting indeed. As Sabe dons the helmet, Vasconcelos comes in at short mid wickets. Deep backward square, deep square leg and long leg in play. Guthrie, we imagine, will bowl this short. Right on cue, the Australian delivers.
Yeah, it was a good bumper, wasn't it? Holden pulled out the way of it in the end. Looked the most convincing that we've seen from a professional cricketer through the course of the summer, but through to the gloves of McManus. No problem at all, 182 for 1. Holden's on 76 and Robson on 78. It's another short ball, but really got up. Pulled away to Harry Conway for a single. End of the over, 183 for 1. Robson on 78, Holden on 77.
Yeah, well controlled, wasn't it, by Holden? Playing it down into the ground the entirety of the way through the shot. Not giving away any opportunities to gift his wicket. But this now is going to be a very interesting battle between Harrison and Holden. As you can see on your screen, those darker patches on the surface, those footmarks, it's the wear and tear, the degradation outside the off stump of the left-hander. Slip in play, along with short leg. Liam Guthrie just being put out towards deep cover. Conway also shifts to a wideish mid-on, or mid-off I should say, to the left-hander. Holden first ball playing a miss. And the one thing that we observed with Harrison yesterday, just didn't have the pace for the surface. Tended to be bowling a lot out of the front of the hand, not allowing the ball to necessarily grip and extract any purchase. The hope today will be that he finds his radar with his rhythm. He bowled ever so well against Lancashire. Just mixing up those sliders with the googlies and the leg breaks. Gives that one plenty of flight and does the fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, it's that kind of moment there that you feel this game needs, really, isn't it? That deflection back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end to create something out of the blue, something just a bit ridiculous.
That one just squeezed away. Will be stopped. In the end, it's third. Now there'll be the customary change in the field. It's the right-handed Robson faces the next ball. Partnership also reaches 150 between Robson and Holden, the two Middlesex batters, on 78 runs apiece. Robson covers up on that latest one. End of the over. 60 have been bowled in the innings. Middlesex 184 for one. They lead by 116 in this, the third innings of the game. So the sun has just disappeared slightly behind the clouds here in Northampton. Not quite as sunny or picturesque as it was earlier. Still a very pleasant day for cricket nonetheless. It's a nice temperature. But I don't think we've seen anyone in shorts today.
I've not spent my morning looking, Aaron, if I'm honest. I'll take your word for it.
So that one just clipped away down the leg side. That'll race away for 4 runs. Holden continues to get these boundaries with great fluency. Moves into the 80s. And that is the danger here for Guthrie. If he glances it down the leg side, there is not really much protection. Conway's a bit squarer than the position you'd associate with deep fine leg. How does he respond? That one will go down to Conway. Solid use of the long barrier. Holden goes to 83. That's a cracking shot from Sam Robson. Work to be done there by McSweeney. That's just good cricket from the Aussie. The dive nice and early. Saves 3 runs in the end.
I think we're very much in the territory of this game now, of what positives can the two sets of players take away from this game now. I think it would be fair to say the obvious is the fact that Sam Robson and Max Holden are spending some time in the middle and getting a bit of form to take forward into the rest of the campaign. I guess it would be similar for Liam Guthrie if he could get on a bit of a spell here and take a few wickets and take that confidence forward. Harrison, I don't necessarily think would need overs in the tank, so to speak. I think he's bowled plenty. Just seems to be struggling a little bit, doesn't he, with the consistency in this fixture.
Yeah, I think there have been a few standout performers, though. Spoken already about these two, Holden and Robson, just going about their business. Ben Gedders did really well in the first innings alongside Joe Cracknell and Zafar Gohar. Unfortunately, has had to be replaced in this game as a result of injury. Luke Holman came in to replace the former Pakistan international. As for Northamptonshire, well, the big knock was that of James Sales, the career best 164 for Mini Jumble. Someone tipped around the corner by Harrison. Backup is there, so will just be one. And of course, McSweeney making it back-to-back centuries. Well, those two played exceptionally well. At the same time, it's also those little 1%ers. If we're looking at this from a more critical perspective for Northamptonshire, given their aspirations for promotion, catches win matches. Already seen one drop today. Saw a couple go down as well in the Lancashire game. So I imagine that'll be one of the points of conversation. So that'll be a dot ball to round out the over. 61 have been bowled in the innings. Middlesex 192 for 1. Both of the Middlesex players move into the 80s. I come back to the topic of character. Body language matters in any sport, especially in cricket. I do think in these opening 3 weeks, Northamptonshire have been a lot better in that capacity. Showed an awful lot of character, resolve, granite against Lancashire. I'd say they had the better of the game down in Canterbury. Of course, in this game, that partnership between Sales and Guthrie. One point we're discussing if they could eke out a 3rd batting bonus point, and in the end, that partnership sparked a 4th. And on the flip side for Middlesex, I think they'll be happy that it hasn't been back-to-back defeats. As we said, we expect them to be contenders this season with that bowling attack. We've been very impressed by Navya Sharma. Thought Tom Helm bowled really nicely. Of course, the likes of Higgins and Roland Jones as well. And they should see themselves as being firmly in the mix of this season. And then, of course, those aforementioned batting partnerships. We saw a record partnership between Gohar and Cracknell. As well as this one. I mean, this has been one of real significance and substance. If these two would have gone early, could be looking at a very different game. So that one attempted to be cut away backward of points. That'll be a dot ball to round out the over. 62 gone. Middlesex remain 192 for 1. And I suppose, again, if we are to look at it from a slightly more constructive criticism point of view for Middlesex, probably would have been the bowling to Guthrie, wouldn't it? Yes. That partnership. When you've got a side 301 for 8, you don't expect them to get past 400.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of catching up with Tom Helm yesterday evening, and he kind of said he felt that, well, they felt their disappointment really was that evening session on, or the start of the evening session on day 2, when McSweeney and Sales were really starting to motor along as a partnership. That's when they felt that they were most disappointed by their own kind of personal performance at that particular stage, and the runs were beginning to flow for Northamptonshire, having been restricted pretty well by Middlesex through the course of that day in particular. And then, yeah, as you say, that innings from Guthrie went out there with a bit of a free hand, didn't he, really? Played some shots, had some fun, put some pressure back on the bowlers, asked some questions, asked some different questions of loose deploy with regards to field placements and bowling partnerships.
Down in Bristol, Lancashire closing in on the victory there. Just 35 runs away from what would be back-to-back wins. Robson slightly reaches for that one, but plays it delectably through the covers nonetheless. That will go for 4 down towards the enemy stand. Moves him on to 84. The score on to 197 for 1. That one very full. Guided down towards mid-off for no run. Essex still battling away at Edgbaston as well. Luke Benkenstein currently unbeaten on 36. Providing some desperately needed resistance for the visitors. Somerset 75 runs shy of victory with 4 wickets remaining in Southampton. Guthrie rounds out the over with a bumper. 63 have gone in the innings as a whole. Middlesex 197 for 1. Of course, today isn't a prolonged day of play either compared to yesterday, so lunch will be taken at approximately 1 p.m. local time. Harrison just getting his field ready for this latest over. Vasconcelos at slip, short leg is in play. Fielder at third, mid-off and deep cover. Holden strides into that one, plays it confidently. Deep cover for 1. To give these two full credit, they've been unflustered, haven't they, Dan?
Yeah, they've been excellent. They've only been that one moment, second ball of the morning, wasn't there, between the pair of them that really would have raised any heart rates for the pair and for the Middlesex dressing room and supporters. And safe Zabe put Sam Robson down off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Since then, they've batted very, very well together. That opening spell between Sanderson and Conway as well was very, very impressive. Very, very pressurised, bowled very straight. Just wasn't able to... Middlesex, in fact, weren't able to rotate the strike against the pair of them, but they weathered that storm. They battled through that. And then, as we've seen, it has got easier the more time you spent there. The Northants' first and second change bowlers just offering a few more scoring opportunities, and that run rate in the scoreboard has started just to tick along a fraction. So lead now just around 130. The score on 199 for 1.
He's bowled him. Holden attempts the big pull out towards mid-wickets, misjudged the length of the delivery, and the stumps have been disturbed. Northamptonshire get the breakthrough they so desperately desired, and the partnership is broken on 165. Middlesex 199 for 2 here at the County Ground, Northampton, and that is the first wicket of the innings for Calvin Harrison.
Certainly turned, isn't it? Just hasn't bounced as much as what Max Holden thought it was going to do. I don't quite think it was obviously short that the pull shot was the one to play, but it kept a little bit low, bottom edge on it, and just dragged it onto middle stump. And the leg spinner, Harrison, does break that impressive partnership between Robson and Holden. Eventually, 9 minutes to go before the lunch interval. So an interesting passage of play for Northants with Loose Deploy. I believe it's Loose Deploy that'll be walking out at number 4 as Holden gets a round of applause now that he's crossed the boundary rope. Is Loose Deploy at number 4. So Harrison will finish this over. He's got one delivery left. And then, I mean, you've got to throw the ball back to Sandston, haven't you? One over from the David Capel end before lunch. Good innings, though, by Max Holden. He'll have needed that from the start of the year. Good partnership, good bit of confidence. We'll be gutted that he's walked away with 14 left on the board to bring up a first-class 100 here in this fixture.
Saying that, though, he's done his job, hasn't he? He really has. Very, very pleased for Max. As I said, he's shown glimpses in the first 2 fixtures against Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. Was bitterly disappointed with the manner of dismissal in the first innings here. I'll just give him a nice bit of confidence heading to that bye week. It's Harrison here just plotting the manner in which he'll get deployed.
Well, 1 brings 2 will make the sandwiches taste slightly sweeter for Northamptonshire here on day 4, won't they? And Deploy gets off the mark straight away, taking the single down to Conway to end the over. So the breakthrough successful for Harrison. Brings up the 200 as well.
Certainly does. So it will be Guthrie to continue from the David Capel end. This will be interesting, actually, to see how Laius plays this. Side lead by 132. Not long left, of course, before lunch. I don't think we're going to see any fireworks immediately. Just look at the field here for Liam Guthrie. 6 fielders on the onside. Only Harrison at first slip. More of a second slip, really. Foster at wideish mid-off, and James Sales down at deep backward point. Aside from that trio, the lion's share of the Northamptonshire fielders are out on the onside, including Safe Save under the lid. That one well executed by Deploy. Rises with the bounce. Slashes it away. Down towards deep third for 4. That occasion well controlled by the South African. That immediately brings about a slight change in the field. Vasconcelos goes to first slip and Harrison goes to gully. Yet another alteration. Safe say pulled out of short leg. Now goes into point. A few shouts of one more, lads, from the Northamptonshire fielders. It's safe to say, Dan, it's definitely been Middlesex's morning, given where they were at stumps. They've only lost 1 wicket since then. Holden looked very good for his 86. Robson has done what Sam Robson does best, and he's got consistent runs. That one played nicely down the ground by Deploy for 1.
Yeah, they're good value for the position they find themselves in, aren't they? They've done very well. They've done absolutely everything that they needed to do. I think would be fair to say. They've weathered the storm. They knew it was going to be a bit of a backs against the wall kind of morning. They certainly knew that they weren't able to win the game this morning, but they were certainly in a position where they could have lost the game this morning had that have been a disastrous start. And they've taken that out. And importantly for Middlesex, they've taken the time out of it as well. They've taken the time out of it. They've only lost the 1 wicket. Is that just almost tennis balls into the gloves of McManus? They've taken time out of the game. They've put overs in the legs of Conway and Sanderson. I think Northamptonshire, well, I mean, they've obviously got that second new ball that will become available in 15 overs time. But it haven't really, yes, it's been useful, it's been helpful, it's been beneficial, it's been better than the older ball, but it's not been it's going to take 8 wickets kind of new ball spell, has it? So there'll be a bit on Harrison here to try and get another 1 or 2 before that one is taken.
Shouts of catch it. Eventually just spins its way down towards long leg for 1. Yeah, just one final look at the scores before lunch is taken at a number of those games. No further wickets have fallen in Bristol, Birmingham or in Southampton. So that'll be an interesting afternoon in store as Harrison gets Robson on the forward defence. Of course, here Middlesex currently lead by 138 runs with 8 wickets remaining in this, their second innings. That one full and driven full-blooded through the covers for 4. That will not be stopped down towards the Jackson Grundy stand. Robson moves to 89 in sumptuous fashion.
That's a lovely cricket shot, wasn't it? There wasn't much of a gap to get it through extra cover for 4. It's gone all the way along the floor. Not a sniff. I think that's safe save. Is it safe? No, it's not safe save, is it? Short cover.
That one turned just in front of square. I think it's McSweeney, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
He's just he's switched basically with Harry Conway. Conway at wideish mid-off. Here is Harrison. Bowling to Deploy, uses the feet there, plays it down the ground, and judging by the body language, Dan, appears as though the players are coming off for lunch. So that is the end of the morning session here at the County Grounds in Northampton. Middlesex are 211 for 2. Sam Robson unbeaten on 90. His captain Laius Deploy also joining him in the middle on 7 runs. As for Northamptonshire, just the solitary wickets in the opening couple of hours. That being the key wickets, the prized wicket of Max Holden, clean bowled by Calvin Harrison for 86. So we'll take a break here on the live stream. We do hope that you've enjoyed the morning session, and we'll be back in around about 35 to 40 minutes time as we see the resumption of the action in the afternoon session.
keeping wicket Wilson.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live stream here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. Got 2 sessions to go in this championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Middlesex County Cricket Club. They're currently 211 for 2. Middlesex lead by 143. A wicket fell just before lunch, that of Max Holden, to the bowling of Calvin Harrison. And it looks like we're going to get a change. Looks like we're going to get a bit of spin, a bit of Nathan McSweeney on the David Caper end.
Yeah, don't mind that. Of course, we've spoken quite a bit before the lunch interval about the fact that the second new ball will be available in 14 overs time. So just something a little bit different here. Of course, McSweeney bowling around the wicket here to the right-hander. Can he try and tempt the full shot from Robson? We shall have to wait and see. And of course, against Laius Deploy, can turn the ball away from the left-hander as well. So don't mind this.
No, he's got a bit of a golden arm, hasn't he, McSweeney? Picked up that 1 wicket against Lancashire in a 2-over spell, and that was very much a match-up bowling choice. Obviously, safe save is available as well, but go for the orthodox off-spinner rather than the left arm. Great bit of fielding off his own bowling. Game of 1 and 1 bounce. The crowd would have erupted at that point. Great work from McSweeney. We'll keep you updated with the 3 other fixtures around the country as they draw to their conclusion here on day 4. First one will be the game between Gloucestershire and Lancashire, won't it? It'll be the first one to get a result in the books for round 3. And a good tidy start here for Nathan McSweeney. A quick over. 5 dot balls to start up against Sam Robson. He's on 90. And Luce Deploy, the Middlesex skipper at the non-strikers end, just starting his innings, he's on 7. Does not find the gap. A maiden for McSweeney. End of the over, 211 for 2.
Yep, tidy start that, wasn't it, from the Australian? Straight away it will be Calvin Harrison from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Just looking over as well at the scoreboard. Over 8 is currently -2 for Northampton. So perhaps getting McSweeney, as we've just seen there, racing through his over. Will also help alleviate any pressure from the over 8 as well.
Will be the leg spin of Calvin Harrison to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's a good spot. Just having a look at that over 8. I'm sure that's something that's taken into consideration. Oh, it's beaten everything. Beaten absolutely everything. Drive by Deploy, and it's turned sharply and bounced over leg stump, and it's beaten the batter, beaten McManus, and it's run away for 4 byes.
Yeah, it certainly bounced, didn't it, that from Harrison, taking McManus slightly unawares, just with the ferocity almost with which it leapt up. Then again, though, for the leg spinner, positive signs. It has turned back in as well from the leg break. A few footholes outside the off stump of Deploy. He does use his feet, and it falls just in front of the fielder at extra cover. There's been an early wicket in the afternoon session at Edgbaston. Keith Barker has got a 4th wicket of the day. Michael Pepper dismissed for 9. Essex 80 for 6.
Reverse swept, well played. Adjusted that nicely, played it fine. We'll look for a second, and they will come back for it on the misfield Bartlett down there, not able to pick it up clean. Encouraging signs for Calvin Harrison at the start of this over. It's a tricky pitch to get in on at the county ground this week. So if Northants are going to strike, you get the impression it's going to be within the first kind of 15 minutes of a session, as that really is squeezed out by Deploy. Takes the single. Harrison will have one delivery at Sam Robson. And Robson covers that one up, as he has done throughout the course of his innings. Full big stride forward, full face of the bat, defended safely into the offside. Don't necessarily think this is a matchup that works particularly well for Harrison. Although his leg spinners seem to be leaving the hand a bit nicer than what they were before lunch. For Calvin Harris, end of the over, 218 for 2.
Yeah, for Calvin, it might just be a case of just needs a couple of overs just to get back into the rhythm. It's quite a pronounced interval, isn't it, for lunch? 40 minutes away from the field of play. That's not the worst first over for the wrist spinner. It will be McSweeney to continue here. Slightly more spread field, isn't it, for the off spin? I know that Vasconcelos is still waiting at slip. Plenty of protection on the boundary.
That would be at least 2, maybe even 3 actually, with where that's gone. A gentle 2 for the Middlesex pair. Their job here, isn't it, just to get themselves back in again. Don't give anything cheaply away. And then the eyes will be on that second new ball, which will be around and about available in, what, 45 minutes' time?
There's also been an early wicket in Bristol. Arav Shetty clean bowled by Ollie Price. Although Lancashire now require just 10 runs for the victory with 4 wickets remaining.
Nicely played. Back to McSweeney.
So that should be a victory for the Red Rose.
In the air, through the offside. It's going to be 4 for Robson. Moves to 94. Liam Guthrie for a second would have been interested, but played it in the gap. Gets closer towards that 100. And a simple single taken. End of the over. Top order finish. 226 for 2. Robson will be on strike, 5 runs away from another first-class 100.
Just having had a look at the numbers, would be a 38th career first-class century for Sam Robson. Spoke about it at the start of the game on day 1. Earlier on this season, surpassed the 14,000 career first-class run mark. How he would love to polish off these remaining 5 runs and raise the bat and helmet aloft once more.
Yeah, one closer. He turns that one into the leg side. This will be a matchup that Calvin Harrison will enjoy the challenge of. He's got some rough to bowl into outside the off stump of the Middlesex skipper. He's a busy cricketer as well, isn't he, loose deploy? He's going to want to score. He's going to want to play shots. And that will give it Calvin Harrison the impression that he's a bit more in the game maybe than what he was, or what he is against Sam Robson. Single is taken. Down to Harry Conway.
I've also just had a look at the wagon wheel here for Sam Robson. Hasn't scored a single run down the ground, as we saw earlier on in this game as well. A couple of the Middlesex batters. Plenty of runs behind square, the latest of which we've just seen there with the single, as well as out to point and through the covers mid-wicket. Also been a very strong scoring area. Yeah, it's been a funny game in that regard. Not too many runs being scored down, well, straight down the ground, really, for that matter. That's not even boundaries, that's even ones and twos, so let's wait and see. Can he get 100 without a single one in the V?
Quite like him play a nice on drive. Let's get it now, just to spoil the... And there is one down the ground. There we go. It's not quite the on drive for 4 that we thought it was going to be. Just a bit of a work off McSweeney, but he's got a spoke on that part of his wagon wheel now. Crunched away by deploy. Middlesex here just quite happy to take the runs that are on offer. They're not exactly pressing the twos, are they? They're risk-free cricket at the moment for the visitors.
There has been another wicket at Edgbaston. Essex now 82 for 7. Luke Benkenstein's resistance has come to an end on 39. He's been clean bowled by former Middlesex seamer Ethan Bamber. As that one played beautifully late by deploy, cut away down towards deep third for 4 more runs. Moves him on to 19. Robson, of course, at the other end on 99. In Bristol, Lancashire, just 7 runs away from securing a victory.
Another simple single taken. We'll bring Sam Robson back on strike. 1 delivery left in this McSweeney over. Plenty of singles on offer. Sam Robson on 99. What did you say, 43? How many hundreds did you say?
So he's got 37.
37
so far. This would be
hundreds.
A 38th.
Just eyeing up that leg side boundary. Bit of a squeeze on for Northamptonshire as they recognise the scoreboard. And there it is. 38 first-class hundreds for Sam Robson. This one as crucial as the 37 that have preceded it. A battling 100 for Middlesex. Very, very crucial, very important innings. And very timely as well. Well batted, Sam Robson.
Yep, completely echo those words, Mr. Javzovics. A rise from 210 deliveries faced, includes 15 fours. Exactly what the doctor ordered as far as Middlesex are concerned. Well batted, Sam Robson We said it a little bit earlier on, the fact that he had yet to surpass 50 in the campaign. Well, he's doubled that in this game.
Well played into a gap. It's a long way out there for fielder on the boundary rope, who does well. James Sales, I think. A couple more added. 240 for 2 now, the score. The lead now up to 172 for Middlesex. So yes, that new ball is around the corner, so to speak, but it's getting dangerously close to the stage of just not being enough time left in the game, regardless of when that second new ball becomes available and potentially then what happens with it.
Well, that's just it, of course. The lead now stands at 172. If Middlesex were, in theory, to declare set Northamptonshire a target, not sure the home side are going to go all guns blazing if there's only 35 to 40 overs remaining.
Got their first result in, Mr. Viles. Lancashire have beaten Gloucestershire by 4 wickets down at Bristol. 203 for 6. Keaton Jennings, 78 not out. And George Balderson, 2 not out. So the good start to the summer for Lancashire continues. And the tough start for Gloucestershire continues as well. First result in for round 3 as Lancashire beat Gloucestershire by 4 wickets.
Rounds off a good couple of weeks, doesn't it, for the Red Rose? Puts them in a nice position as well, heading into that big ticket clash in the Northeast in round 4. They make the journey up to the Riverside to take on Durham in what promises to be an excellent game of cricketers. We'll see Safe Sabe coming onto bowl now from the David Capel end. A little bit of left arm orthodox from the far side of the ground, and yeah, that does put Lancashire top of the tree, doesn't it? After those victories against Derbyshire and now Gloucestershire. And they were tantalisingly close to getting the victory here if it hadn't have been for a Herculean effort from George Bartlett.
Yeah, they look a very good side in 2026 as Safe Save comes into the attack to replace McSweeney from the David Capel end. So a different look again for Northamptonshire, the off spinner being replaced with the slow left armour. First bowl in the innings, certainly for Safe Save. Looks like McManus and Save just hatching a plan, maybe. Just checking. I think it's unaided bowl 3 overs in the first innings as well. All pretty straightforward, isn't it, at the minute for Middlesex? No huge questions being asked. 73 overs complete in the innings now, 242 for 2. Sam Robson on 103, and Luce Deploy has raced along really up to 21, the Middlesex captain. He looked in great form on day one, didn't he? Just fell just before lunch. Was incredibly frustrated with himself, but looked absolutely brilliant for the runs that he scored in the first innings, as that's deftly timed away down to the boundary for a single. Just using that pace of Harrison, letting it run off the face of the bat. So yeah, Lancashire are top of the tree with 38 points. Reverse sweep, that's going to be 4. No chance of that being cut off. Glorious shot from Luce Deploy, showing his talent. Lancashire go top, 38 points, having won 2 and drawn 1 of their games. Did you say that?
Has that updated?
Probably not, actually, now I've said that. Well, I don't know, actually. It does say they've won 2. So I would hope if the win column is updated, the points column would have been updated at the same time. That, look, I'm only trying to apply some logic to how, if this was my website on how I would update it, I would update it all in one go.
I think they might be in the 50s.
Why on earth would they update one column and not the other one? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, that one is turned out towards backward square for 1. And that is the 50 partnership between Luce Deploy and Sam Robson.
Powerful. 4 more, dragged down, pulled away. I've been done dirty. They haven't updated both columns. Why, I don't know. I've double checked. I've gone for a different source at this point. So Lancashire, I'm right in the first couple of bits that I said. They are top. They have won 2 and drawn 1. They have got 54 points, so 6 batting points and 8 bowling points. As it stands, and this is just going to confuse people even more, because some of the points on the other website have been updated. Big appeal for LBW. I think that's probably missing leg stump, as does the umpire. It's going to run all the way down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. Durham currently sits second on 37 points. Then there are no, with regards to these 2 teams, their points have been updated to show 35 points for Northamptonshire and 30 for Middlesex. So they currently sit 3rd and 4th in the table, with Durham at 2nd place with 37 points, having won 1 and drawn their game. .257 for 2. Single taken once again. Anyway, a good start for Lancashire.
It is, yeah, very good start for Lancashire. Certainly is to be on 50+ points after just 3 matches played. One Fielded by Safe Sabe off his own bowling. And again, it just adds to the importance, doesn't it, of that game in round 4. I mean, for Durham, depending on if they were to win, of course, it is just theoretical, but there would be the possibility to leapfrog Lancashire, depending on the bonus points. And, of course, they would also have a game in hand. See the end of Sabe's over. Middlesex 259 for 2. I think for these two counties as well, they've almost got a nice fixture split, haven't they? Because for those teams who have got the bye week in round 3, they will have played the first 2 weeks, but then they've got 5 matches on the spin.
Yeah.
Whereas for Northamptonshire and Middlesex, yes, this is the 3rd one, along with Gloucestershire and Lancashire. They've got next week off, and then it's 4 in the block ahead of the Blast.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Northamptonshire, though, is there's 3 away games in that block of 4, isn't there? So we're here in a fortnight's time for when Northamptonshire take on Worcestershire, and then it's, well, it must be 3 consecutive away fixtures, mustn't it, for Northants? Turn through the leg side. A bit of a chase on for George Bartlett. Middlesex will complete a second. Tumbling stop by Harry Conway. Setting those high standards. Putting the effort in.
Speaking of Durham and Lancashire as well, just to put this from a Middlesex point of view. Deploy plays that one defensively. That'll be the end of the over. Middlesex 263 for 2, lead by 195. Yeah, of course, after that week off, they play host to Durham at Lord's on Friday, the 1st of May. And the week after that, they have got the long journey up to the northwest to take on Lancashire at Old Trafford. I believe the game after that is Derbyshire as well. So that is quite a difficult block of fixtures for the London club. But then again, if they are to be contenders for promotion, got to get some positive results from those fixtures.
Absolutely. Well, we spoke so much, didn't we, during that Lancashire game? It's not really an easy fixture in Division 2. Counties seem to be really well matched, and those that have been kind of cut adrift on previous years have invested and almost kind of turned themselves into promotion hopefuls, like Derbyshire, for example, from what they've had over. I know they finished 3rd last year, but years before that, in the Mickey Arthur project, they've really developed and turned themselves into a match-winning team. Northamptonshire as well, I think would be fair to say they've really kind of shown an uptick in performance under the leadership of Darren Lehman. Tumbling stop, an extra cover. That's by Calvin Harrison, isn't it, to end the over? That's 77 overs now have been bowled in the innings. 264 for 2.
Of course, for Northamptonshire, just looking ahead, aside from that game here against Worcestershire, the following week they travel to the county ground in Derby to take on Derbyshire County Cricket Club and
Barbados versus Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire, exactly. Then the following week, it's an away trip to Bristol to take on Gloucestershire. So it's a really important block of fixtures, isn't it, for the counties ahead of the T20 Blast, which of course starts earlier this season. Friday the 22nd of May is the home opener here. But yeah, it's going to be very, very intriguing indeed to see who emerges on top come the end of the season.
Delicately played by Robson for a single, just tucked it into the leg side.
After those two away fixtures as well, of course, during the Blast, we return here Friday the 12th of June. Gloucestershire visits Northamptonshire. Was that one not quite played as Deploy would have intended? And on Friday the 19th of June, Northamptonshire travel to the Riverside to take on Durham. Then after that, an away trip to Lancashire in late August, followed by two back-to-back home matches against Kent and Durham.
Side edge, no real pace in the surface here. Something just to keep an eye on as this innings develops. Loose Deploy is, I believe, just 4 runs behind Martin Anderson at the top of the charts in the Division 2 run scorers. Obviously involved in this fixture, so one extra game, but as it stands at the minute, or at least to the information in front of me, he's got 294 runs in comparison to Martin Anderson's 297. Average of 73.5 with 100 and a 50. Joe Cracknell up there as well with 226. As Robson adds another one. James Anderson, top of the charts in Division 2 with the ball. Aaron, 21 wickets, an average of 12.
Wow.
And an economy rate of 2.5.
Crikey.
With 2 4-wicket hauls and 1 5-wicket haul.
Which was here?
Yes. Yeah, he's bowled 100 overs, 99.5 overs for Lancashire in these opening 3 games. I mean, surely he'd still be doing a job, wouldn't he? Surely.
Out of interest, and we'll have this delivery from Zabe first. Does it say his strike rate?
28.5. So just to put those numbers into some comparison for you. Harry Conway is second with 16 wickets at an average of, well, call it 20, and a strike rate of 40. Ben Sanderson, he's third with 14 wickets at an average of 20.5. Full toss, big full toss from Sabe. Bunted down the ground for a single, and a strike rate of 47. 2 5-wicket hauls for Ben Sanderson, though, in 2026. Toby Rowland-Jones, 13 wickets. Ryan Higgins, 12. But, I mean, James Anderson, head and shoulders above his competitors in Division 2. And he's got 6 more wickets than Kyle Abbott, who's the leading wicket taker in Division 1. Kyle Abbott's strike rate, 41.
Which for first-class cricket is very good.
Yep. It's exceptional. It is.
41, he's striking every, 6.5 overs?
Yep. Average of just under 17.
Jimmy's was 28?
Yes.
So that's a wicket every, what, 4.4 overs?
Yeah.
That is astonishing.
28.52 strike rate, 12.09 average.
Wow. Yeah, that's exceptional.
And, as I say, for a 43-year-old, he's bowled 100 overs.
Vintage.
It's going to be awkward, isn't it, when the selectors look at county cricket and they see his name at the top of the charts. Well played, nicely timed. Don't think it's going to reach the boundary rope. Luke Proctor will cut that one off. Will be 3, though. Good chase by the Northampton skipper. Oh, you're taking the sunglasses off, Mr. Viles.
Yep.
Oh, don't start those conversations, surely.
Well, the sun has just disappeared behind the clouds for the time being. Well, that's another drag down. Deploy looks to hammer it behind square. Harrison did have protection out there in the form of James Sales. Nice partnership building between these two as well. Currently stands at 73 between Robson and Deploy. Oh, that one down the leg side. Muted appeal from McManus. Good work nonetheless by the wicketkeeper. And that'll be the end of the 80th over of the innings. Middlesex 272 for 2. Robson on 115. Deploy on 35. And yeah, looking over at the scoreboard, the over rate now back in the plus. So good decision that, I think, from Luke Proctor and Northamptonshire. You don't want any points deductions. The fact is they played so well for those additional batting bonus points. So sensible decision.
Yep. I think this is quite telling as well, Aaron. 80 overs now have been bowled in this innings. That second new ball is available. Safe save continues from the David Capel end. So Northants maybe not thinking that this second new ball is going to do enough damage to, or with the time left available. Harry Conway looks fairly comfortable there on the 45, doesn't he? Doesn't look like he's going through a huge warm-up. I think that's Ben Sanderson at mid-on, wasn't it, to Sam Robson with his hands in his pockets at the moment. I'm sure they'll take it at some point during the afternoon, but maybe just seeing if they can get this older ball to just keep low.
Save just watches that roll back to him very slowly. Deploy not doing anything to outside of the box so far. Just being watchful is the Middlesex captain. That last delivery, watches it, leaves it well alone outside the off stump, end of the over. Middlesex 274 for 2. Calvin Harrison and his sun hat to the standing umpire. As you said, Dan, Northamptonshire, for the time being at least, happy to continue with a trial by spin. Just see if it does anything, because as you said, I mean, day one, you look at Middlesex being 20 for 3 and you might think, wow, it was hooping around corners, but it definitely wasn't. That one played confidently. The short cover for no run. It was just a case of those, I don't want to say freak dismissals, but slightly surprising dismissals at short leg.
Yeah, to have had, well, one and then 2 in quick succession. And I don't necessarily think they would go down as the best deliveries that Sanderson and Conway have ever bowled in their careers.
And this time works its square of the wicket, picks up some pace from those practice pitches and turns it into 2. Of course, there is one other game taking place in the County Championship today. That one taking place on the south coast. Somerset 42 runs away from a victory against Hampshire. They are 6 wickets down though, so a lot lies on the shoulders of Tom Abel. He's on 77, and the captain, Lewis Gregory. Essex also putting up a little bit of resistance at Edgbaston. Simon Harmer and Shane Snater out in the middle for Chris Silverwood's side, who find themselves 106 for 7 in the 45th over. Of course, here at the county ground in Northampton, Middlesex 276 for 2. After 82 overs, the lead now stretched to 208.
Yeah, that game on the south coast is, well, in the favour of Somerset at the moment, you'd say. But Hampshire will get a second new ball available, well, immediately. For Kyle Abbott, Sonny Baker and Eddie Jack. Which may or may not prove beneficial to their attempts to try and pick up those 4 remaining wickets. Tom Abel going well on 77 and Lewis Gregory on 19. And of course, they've got England's best ever bespectacled opener that was carded at number 9 against Ireland at Lord's to come in for Jack Leach. So plenty of cricket left to be played.
That one slightly skiddier by Safe Sabe. Well dealt with by Elias Deploy. Yeah, those two games good. Very interesting finishes indeed. Of course, here in Northampton, home side looking for their latest breakthrough. One played back to the bowler for no run. Of course, for both these teams, draw not the worst results. Still keeps them in and around the top 4 in this admittedly early stage of the season. Still plenty of cricket coming your way over the course of what is a jam-packed summer. Both men's and women's cricket. Also got the DPL a little bit later on, along with the One Day Cup, T20 Blast, T20 County Cup. Of course, the entirety of the championship. Set to be a very good summer, and that's just domestic. Of course, there's the small matter of the Women's T20 World Cup in 2026 here on the shores of England and Wales, and of course there's the men's internationals as well. As Calvin Harrison has ball in hand here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Deploy on 39, Robson on 118. On Fuller, slightly overpitched by Harrison. Guthrie does the fielding out at deep point. well stopped at short cover as well. Yeah, for those tuning in, if you haven't already done so, let us know where you are catching the action from. Again, full. Well fielded by Harrison. Already had viewers / listeners from the likes of Edinburgh, Dublin, Miami, of course, here in Northamptonshire, London, Staines. Always fascinating to know where the action is being enjoyed from. That'll be the end of the over from Calvin Harrison. Middlesex 280 for 2. There are exactly 50 overs remaining in the day's play. And no sign as of yet that Northamptonshire will take that second new ball.
No, I think that's probably the biggest indicator, isn't it? That this game is just petering out, I would say. So much work to be done with a second new ball that we just haven't really seen the indication that would be likely. I don't think, based on what we have seen so far. If you can save a little bit of extra in the legs and in the tank of Sanderson and Conway. I know Northampton got next week off, but if that's a deciding factor, that maybe means that they're able to play the 4 fixtures afterwards because they've got less strain on their body today, then it's got to be worth considering, I think.
You might get to the point where you do see the slightly different bowling options. Save again bowls here to deploy. George Bartlett,
yeah,
golden arm, could potentially get one of these wickets. Of course, James Sales, we haven't seen him bowl so far in the second innings as of yet. But for the time being, it will be the continuation of spin. Although with Zabe so far, just looking to dart it in, and that one almost sneaks through. Single will be taken by deploy. That will be the end of the over. 85 have gone in the innings. Middlesex 281 for 2. Rafi Weatherall, the substitute fielder, also in the game here for Northants.
Loose deployers surpassed Martin Anderson. Ticked through 300 runs for the season. The Middlesex captain is now the leading run scorer in Division 2 of the 2026 County Championship.
He was good in the first innings, wasn't he? Scored 51. Of course, started the season in serious style as well with 182 against Gloucestershire. That one more expansive by Robson, but only as far as McSweeney. That one just turned down towards deep backward square for 1. He's got a great record as well, hasn't he, against Northamptonshire. He's played 4 matches. This is 5th for Middlesex against the East Midlands side. Has scored at least 1 half-century in each of those matches. And he had a wonderful time of it as well over the duration of the 2025 season. Scored over 1,000 runs for the southern side as that one. Bit of a tight angle there for deploy, looking to work it away. Plays that one more proficiently off the back foot. Out towards deep point for one. That'll be the end of the over. 86 gone in the innings, 48 remain in the day's play. And Middlesex now lead by 216. Still no sign that the new ball will be taken. Safe Zabe. It will be to resume his spell. And an 8th wicket has fallen at Edgbaston. Shane Snater dismissed by Jordan Thompson. So Essex require 94. Warwickshire require 2 wickets for their first victory of the campaign. As for that game in Southampton as well, Somerset now just need 37 for the win. New ball has been taken by Kyle Abbott. That one keeps a little bit low. That's another nice delivery from Safe Zabe. It just takes a bit of pace off the latest one. That one flatter and dismissed. Beautiful shots. Square of the wicket there from Laius Deploy. That moves him on to 46. 4 runs away from what would be his second half century of the game. Yet again, completely unfazed. Cool, composed, measured. If the ball is there to be hit, he duly obliges.
Yeah, in a great bit of form, isn't he, the Middlesex skipper? Sam Robson gets a change of gloves. Laius Deploy might get a change of gloves as well and a drink. It'll be 288 for 2. 47 overs remain in today's play, and the lead for Middlesex now 220. Robson 119, Deploy on 46.
Harrison, it will be then. Gets Robson on the defence. Very much bottom hand dominant by Robson. As we said, he has scored plenty. Square of the wicket in this game. Just to whip that one through the covers, but to no avail. Aside from that earlier chance today, second ball, wasn't it? That was dropped by Safe Zabe. Practically everything else has been along the deck.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? He has, as we said yesterday, it would have taken something remarkable and it would have taken almost perfection as well as just time is continuing to run out here in this fixture. As I say, I don't think it would make a great deal of difference in this particular scenario, but it's that lack of maidens for Calvin Harrison that I don't necessarily think is anything more than just worth noting. And I don't know if it's something that maybe field placements need to be figured out a little bit for Luke Proctor and McSweeney and Harrison himself, or whether there's plans, or if there's one too many variations being bowled in and over. Bit of an inside edge that time from Robson, but will run away safely into the leg side for 1. But he's bowled 21 overs in this innings and only picked up 2 maidens. And if you are going to try and build some pressure, and what's been a particularly or a relatively slow scoring innings and morning and day for Middlesex, you'd think that there might be a couple more in that column for him. I will stress, I don't think it changes the outlook on this game.
No,
but just generally that I think picked up over the first couple of weeks of the season.
No, and I would have to agree. But then again, I suppose the counterpoint would be he's still only 27, which
yeah.
I know for some people they say, well, that's not that young in cricket, but for a spin bowler it is, especially for a wrist spinner. That definitely is. They tend to mature a lot later on in life. Just deploy, can't quite find the gap there. And in addition to that, I mean, this is his 34th first-class game, so he's still got plenty of time. But I do agree. I think it's in terms of the variations for me. It serves him incredibly well in T20 cricket. The slider, especially the googly. The googly's you go to, isn't it? In modern T20 cricket. Got a top spinner. Just want to see him back his leg break a little bit more. I think that has been his strength now for a number of seasons. And yes, it might be a little bit predictable, especially against the right-handers. You might want to target those stumps with the slider, see if it will just skid on, but just pop it in that area, put it on a penny piece time and time again. And also get the batter alternating between the front and the back foot. That's the other important thing. You don't want them almost staying set with one approach. You want to almost play that cat and mouse with them. Feels like so far there hasn't been too much on the front foot. As soon as I say that, Sam Robson does play that latest one on the front foot, but it's too full when it's on the front foot. It's because the ball has been over-pitched as opposed to a good length delivery, which is sowing a little bit of doubt into the mind of the opposition bat. So here again, it's just something which, over the course of the season, hope to see him develop. But it's good to have him at Northamptonshire on a permanent basis. Was ever so impressive last season with both bat and ball in hand, and he can be a match winner. That's what he does. It'll be interesting as well to see him back at Old Trafford a little bit later on this season after what was such a phenomenal performance there in 2025. That one played intentionally down towards deep backward point for 1. And that'll be the end of the 90th over. Middlesex 290 for 2 as the sun makes another appearance here in Northampton. Just bathing the outfield with a nice glow.
Yeah, 90 overs old now. This cricket ball, no sign of change Safe save. Starts his 10th over from the David Capel end. And what was a concern for a while with regards to the over rate is now +6. What with the speed at which Calvin Harrison and Safe Save are getting through these overs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any danger now that over rate will be a concern for Darren Lehman's men. It does have that feel now, doesn't it? It's almost a case of just going through the motions. I think both teams have taken a look at how much time is remaining in the game. Middlesex aren't exactly going all guns blazing, trying to set up a contest. Northamptonshire, they're not going about this in a way that appears as though they're going for the victory. As we said, it keeps them in touching distance of the top two, especially with those top two sides taking on one another next week in round 4.
Yep.
If you're there breathing down the necks of Durham and or Lancashire.
Yeah, and it's the points that Northampton took off Lancashire on that opening weekend as well, isn't it? That could become an interesting point of conversation towards the end of this year or the end of this summer. So it could be a hugely important result as Safe Save finishes another over. 293 for 2 now, the score. So we're getting closer and closer to a result down in Southampton. Somerset requiring 26 more runs. Warwickshire still requiring those 2 wickets. Tough going. Simon Harmer and Zaman Akhtar, no slouches with cricket bats, are they? The pair in the middle for Essex at the moment. Tom Abel and the captain Lewis Gregory getting closer to the finish line for Somerset. Be a brilliant start for Somerset in 2026, won't it? Played 3-1-3 at the top of the table. So that's another single taken.
Not only that, it has almost been a point of criticism for the past few seasons with Somerset. They are notoriously slow starters. So the likes of Surrey, Essex, Hampshire historically have been teams who get off to those rapid starts. Somerset usually tend to pick up pace and momentum in and around the T20 block. Of course, we know just how quality they are in the shorter formats, and that confidence usually transfers. So for them to start the season in this manner, 3 for 3, and not only that, picking up plenty of bonus points as well.
Yep.
It's a nice little sign, that, for the West Country side.
Yeah, it's encouraging, isn't it? Change of angle here for Calvin Harrison. I think it's nice to see Sussex. They're currently sat 3rd in the table, having played just the 2 games. In fact, having won both of their fixtures, 29 points. They obviously started the year with, well, penalty that wasn't really the fault of anybody with the playing side of it. So nice to see that they've been able to kind of overturn that quite so quickly. Quick single taken, come through for it. So that's good to see.
It is, yeah. They were -12, weren't they?
Yep.
At the start of the season with the Martlets. And, well, I must say, that last game in Hove, I mean, that was a really, really good game of cricket. Jack Leaning and Tom Price, the 2 newcomers, ultimately securing the victory, a 300+ run chase. That's the thing, it's been a really good start to the season. Feels like we do say that a lot in recent times, but I mean, it's just great, isn't it? The fact that we've already seen some results like that, and teams who that one are dragged down. That one helped on its way really for 4. Muscled by Laius Deploy, who reaches the half-century with an excellent shot. It's his 2nd one in the game. Division 2's leading run scorer continues on his merry way. Arrives from 91 deliveries faced. Well batted, Laius Deploy.
Yeah, very well done. Just shy of 300 now as well. Middlesex in the 3rd innings. He looked excellent on day 1. It's a real surprise that he got out when he did, in the manner that he did. So not shocked at all that he's just finishing the job off here for Middlesex.
In addition to the 50 being brought up, also the 100 partnership between Laius Deploy and Sam Robson. The latter on 124, the former on 52. As Northants continue to bowl as much spin as possible.
Yeah, floodlights coming on here at the county ground as well. Just springing into action as Zabe gets driven down the ground by Sam Robson stylishly for another 4 in the former England opener's innings, and brings up the 300 with that shot as well. 303 for 2.
It is a bit of an interesting one, of course, in cricket. We often hear this being said, the pitch flattens out.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, we've had plenty of examples of that so far this season. From what you've seen, Dan, do you think that's been the case in this one, or do you think it's just been consistent throughout?
I think it's been a new ball pitch, isn't it? There has been a new ball pitch. It's been tricky to start innings on as well. But I think once you've got in, it's been a nice place to bat. It has been a nice place to bat. As we saw with James Sales' innings, McSweeney's, the 4 half-century makers in the first innings for Middlesex. I'm surprised, a little bit surprised, that Harrison hasn't got a little bit more turn out of it. Obviously, it's so difficult to see from the position where we're in with regards to what he's actually got to work with out there, but surprised that he hasn't had a little bit more purchase. And again, let's not forget, it's 63 overs newer than what we thought it was going to be at this stage of the game as well. So
Correct.
Whether that bit of variable bounce would have become more pronounced as it went along, whether those footholes, well, the foothold, one thing we could say for certain is the footholes would have been more pronounced, and they would have been a bit more dinner plate sized rather than maybe tea plate sized. I think Northamptonshire have taken the second new ball as well. 93 overs into the innings, they've taken the second new ball. With the floodlights on, maybe they're thinking that that might just provide a little bit more assistance. It's going to be Liam Guthrie going to get the privilege of using the new Dukes for the first time from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think you've got to think seriously about keeping Miles in the legs of Conway and Sanderson at this stage. There seems very little benefit to bring them into the attack or bring them into the game. I think even if Liam Guthrie takes a hat-trick here, the lead will be, well, 236 now. And still with 5 wickets left.
Yep, I'd completely agree, especially for Sanderson. He's got a large role to play, hasn't he, across formats for Northamptonshire this season. While he is fit and firing. Early call of 2 there from Robson. Simple second taken. I mean, let's not forget that last year he only played, what, 5 matches in the county championship because of injury. You need him in the side for more than 5 matches. I mean, he is so invaluable. Absolutely so invaluable.
Yep. And you've got Harry Conway for just the 7, so you're going to be almost reliant on Conway to be able to play the full 7 fixtures as well. So they have obviously got the week off next weekend. However, if you can just leave a little bit more in the tank, I think you might as well. James Sales might be the guy to take the new ball from the David Capel end. Kind of looks like he's thinking about having a bowl. I'm not sure Harry Conway's out there.
No, he isn't. Louis Kimber's on, isn't
Louis
he?
Kimber's there, and I'm not convinced Ben Sanderson's out there either. I think Rafi Weatherall might be the fielder down at fine leg. So that's timed nicely to save, but deep square. So a few of the other Northampton staff around at lunchtime, which was good to see. George Scrimshaw on the field, Rob Keogh on the field, Gus Miller on the field.
There has been a wicket in Southampton.
Oh,
Lewis Gregory, clean bowled by Sonny Baker. Somerset required 21 runs with 3 wickets remaining.
it's all the drama.
Tom Abel currently unbeaten on 90 alongside Alfie Ogborn. I'll tell you what, if another wicket falls there, if it's Abel, that's going to be very, very interesting. Still no further wickets at Edgbaston. Essex 119 for 8.
Oh, it's kept low. Is it straight enough? No, it is not. Much to the disbelief of the Northants fielders. Sam Robson continues on his way on 132. He's going to have to have pitched this in line, I think, is going to be the most important thing for Liam Guthrie here on this angle. Umpire's call, I'd say, on where it pitched, wouldn't you?
That's the thing, it's really difficult from this angle. It has to be perfect. It has to be perfect. There's any seed of doubt in the umpire's mind that it's pitched outside of leg, it won't be given. But that's kept very low. Surprisingly low, as that one just worked wide of the mid-on fielder. Should at least be 2. Indeed it will be. I mean, McSweeney, fair play to him as well. He really has been brilliant in the field today. Even at this stage of the game, continues to hustle. For Liam Guthrie, will be disappointed the fact that it didn't just straighten up. .94 overs have been bowled. 40 remain in the day's play. Of course, that is theoretical. Just judging by the body language of both sides, the approach here, I don't imagine we'll get all of them if it does appear as though the game is heading for a draw.
Yeah, I say with the floodlights on as well. That will certainly be a consideration, won't it? With the light. Or at least I would imagine it should be.
Well, as you said, Dan, it will be James Sales from the David Capel end. I believe he's going to bowl around the wicket here to the left-handed deploy. 2 slips of gully in place for the all-rounder. Of course, will leave this game with glowing praise, and rightfully so. A career best 164. And not only that, that was his 3rd career century against Middlesex. His first one in professional cricket, for that matter, back in 2024. That was 113 not outs, then scored 108 here at Wantage Road in 2025. And the latest one, the best of the lot, surpassing his previous best of 135 against Leicestershire in September 2025.
That's just kept low. Good take by McManus. Yeah, he's been very good, hasn't he, James Sales? It's an excellent batting performance. He started off with McSweeney, particularly at the end of day 2. The two of those guys in the middle were starting to look very, very good. And I think at this stage, yeah, this is a good opportunity, isn't it, for James Sales to have a go with a new ball. Maybe something that he doesn't normally and always gets the opportunity to do. So to give the younger all-rounder an opportunity to use the new one is good from Luke Proctor in Northamptonshire.
It is good, and he had a very good performance, didn't he, down in Kent? Certainly impressed his captain. Got a couple of wickets in that game, especially in the first innings. Mightily impressive. That one, Fuller, beautifully driven through the covers for 4. Very well controlled shot that from Laius Deploy, who continues to churn out these boundaries for fun. It's one of those, he's not had to overhit the ball on that occasion. Just a simple push more than anything. Check drive. It's gone a tad bit chillier as well, hasn't it? Noticeably.
Yeah, it really has covered over quite quickly, isn't it? With the cloud just taking the power out of the sun. Yeah, you can really feel it, can't you, actually, that bit of extra breeze that's picked up.
There has been another wicket in Southampton. Somerset 8 down. Alfie Ogborn, the latest man to go. Sonny Baker has achieved a 5-for.
That's the play, not timed. Sonny Baker's got another one. He's having a great game, isn't he, against this former county?
He
What's
really
he got
is.
now? 5 in the second innings, and 1 in the first. So 6 wickets altogether. I suppose crucially, Tom Abel's still there on 91.
Correct.
15 runs required.
Makes it interesting, doesn't it? Although Jack Leach, I imagine, won't have too many problems. That one just clipped away. Protection is down there at long leg. Louis Kimber limits that to just a single. End of the over. 95 gone in the innings. Middlesex 318 for 2.
On pulled away in the air. Cry of catch. Save, trying to get underneath it, and I think it's gone. No, it hasn't. It's just bounced inside the rope. I thought that carried. I thought that had gone all the way for 6. Nicely played by Sam Robson. Moves to 137.
Yeah, having just taken a second look at that, you can see just kicked up just before the boundary. So that is indeed a 4.
Two slips in place for Liam Guthrie out of Vasconcelos and Carvin Harrison. Sam Robson will not be removed from his vigilant stay in the middle here in Northampton. He's on 141 now, out of an innings score of 322. And guided away. 4 more. Moves to 145. Nicely played, using that pace of Liam Guthrie. Short side of the bound or the ground as well. Short ball, good pace from the Australian. Not the best directed, mind you. Pretty gloomy out there now, Aaron, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It really is. Like, you can see the artificial lights kind of really taking a shine to the stickers on the bats of both Robson and Deploy as they call for a drink. The umpires, are they coming together for a conversation, or are we just taking a little bit of a break in play in the middle of this session? Quite surprised that we haven't actually seen the meter come out as yet.
Yeah, it's gotten noticeably darker, and it's still not ridiculously dark to the point where the artificial light has completely taken over. But just looking at the over rate as well, I mean, there probably is time for this drinks break as well. 6 overs remaining until tea is taken. Still plenty of time before 20 to 4. So just a little bit of a breather here for the two sides. And I must say, I'm delighted for Sam Robson. He's really shown all of his class throughout this innings. Just 5 runs shy of what would be a fantastic 150. And I know that people might look at this and go, well, he's heading for a draw anyway. But as an opener, if you've got the opportunity to go and make a big score, just make it. The fact is, it is such a tough and volatile and difficult position. As we said, you fail an awful lot more than you succeed as a top order bat. When you've got an opportunity to score your 150s, your 200s, grab it with both hands. I mean, that would be any opener's advice, really. I mean, such is the nature of cricket. The next game, you could get a pair, you get 49, you get 99. It's a cruel sport at times, is cricket. So when you've got these opportunities to really showcase what you've got,
yeah,
make sure you cash in.
It's unforgiving, isn't it? As a sport, and they're no less valuable. It's been a really, really good innings and effort by Sam Robson. He's been tested for a lot of the innings as well, particularly that spell this morning. From Sanderson and Conway. What's tickled you, Mr. Voss?
Well, of course, we had that conversation about Northamptonshire earlier, didn't we?
Yes.
With the sun shining. Obviously, now that it's cold, it's chilly. Early April. Just thinking, it's turned more into North Antarctica.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, dear.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah. Excellent. That's the standard. That's where we've got to. Can't beat a good dad joke, can you?
It's just nice to be back, isn't it? With county cricket, the championship, the return of this glorious competition. It'll be Robson to face this first one from Sales. Protection is out there. Louis Kimberly's been kept busy, hasn't he? Down in front of the Jackson Grundy.
He has indeed. What are we on? 3-2-8 for 2. Oh, that has kept low. Well dug out by the Middlesex skipper on 59. That probably just highlights the pace of the surface late on day 4, doesn't it? The fact that that has been able to have been kept out, because it's not really bounced at all. Wide called on that particular delivery. It must have swung a long way, because I don't think Lewis McManus moved, did he, to take that one? .329 now. Another one added to the board, though. Nicely played. Just guided down into the deep of the offside. Moves to 60.
By the looks of it, Somerset getting closer to the victory. As for the game at Edgbaston, Essex still 8 down, but battling away. Simon Harmer and Zaman Akhtar. It is for the 9th wicket. They require 69 runs for the victory. Warwickshire 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's a tricky partnership, that, for Essex, isn't it? They're both capable batters. I don't know what's the context with regards to the overs. How many overs have been bowled in the innings?
Well, only 55.
Okay.
So there's 40 plus remaining in the day's play. In theory, there would be a second new ball in 25 overs, but
it's a long time to bat for number 9 and 10, isn't it? Well, essentially number 8 and 9 in this instance, because Cook opened the batting.
Correct. Yes, he did. But with those two, again, on that surface, it appears to be one where you need to almost just try and hit boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of luck involved, maybe. If there's one with your name on it at Edgbaston this week, it kind of feels like it's going to be your... Oh, it's not going to be your day. Guthrie continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 330 for 2. 97 overs have been bowled in the innings.
suppose the question, Dan, do you see a declaration taking place here for Middlesex, or do you think they're happy to just bat out until about 5 o'clock?
I mean, that's something that I haven't spent a great deal of time considering, Aaron, if I'm completely honest with you. I mean, if there was one, it would have come by now, wouldn't it? 263 in front with, well, let's call it 35 overs remaining, because obviously we'd lose 2. I don't see that being a score that Northamptonshire would try and get. Not impossible, obviously, in the modern day, but I don't think it's a score that would even entice Northamptonshire to try and get it. I think it's too many.
That'd be a very difficult chase, wouldn't it?
Particularly with the ability to put fielders outside onto a boundary rope if, of course, things didn't go quite the way that you thought it was going to go. I mean, how do you see it? Did you ask the question because you think there could be a chance of it? But I think the other thing I'll add, sorry, just before you answer it, is similar to Sanderson and Conway, with the amount of overs that those 4 seamers bowled in the first innings. I know Middlesex have got the week off next week, but again, it doesn't feel like there's much value in adding more to the workload.
No, I completely agree. I think the telltale sign has been the approach to the batting. I mean, these two, of course, when the ball's been there to be hit, well, they've usually hit it to the boundary. But they haven't looked to up the ante too much, have they? It's just been a case of playing the ball on its merits, going through the motions, ticking away. Partnership 132 now for this, the 3rd wicket. Robson looking for his 150. And deploys batted very, very nicely for his 61. But again, we haven't seen the showcase of shots, have we? He's not been ramping and scooping, reverse sweeping. He's not been looking to smash the leather off the cricket ball down the ground. He's just played his strengths, really. That one very short from Guthrie. Evaded by Robson, and that will be the end of the over. 98 have gone in the innings. Middlesex 331 for 2. Will be a continuation of sales from the David Capel end as well.
Yeah, then back to the spinners, do you think? Back to Harrison, back to Zabe.
Yeah, and then potentially it could be, again, an odd over here from Bartlett.
Yeah.
McSweeney as well.
Vasconcelos. He did tell me a couple of years ago that he felt he'd be more likely to bowl in a first-class game of cricket than keep wicket again. Bit of a pushy drive that time. No fielder in the vicinity. Another single will be added to the score. .332 for 2 here at the county ground. A few spectators still enjoying the cricket, aren't they? It certainly feels like it's dropped off a bit since lunch. A few local supporters making their way into the ground, hoping for a bit of excitement first thing this morning. A few hardy souls still sat in the old football stands. It's cold though, look, they've got the winter coats off and the hoods on. A couple of the members, again, dressed for winter, stood on the top of the Spencer Lounge.
It's made a difference, hasn't it, the sun going down? I should say being obstructed by the clouds, not exactly near sunset as of yet. Sails here to Robson. And plays that one defensively, searching for this 150.
Yeah, just a shot away from it now. It's going to be time. It's going to be at least one, should be two, and is comfortable two in the end. Moves to 148. Good pace from James Sales. Good lines, but not really any assistance with this second new ball at all, is there, for either Guthrie or Sales? Score moves on to 334. Moves to 149 with that safe and simple single out to Liam Guthrie. Still 8 down at Edgbaston.
Yep, Essex should now require 51. Samanakta's just hit a couple of crucial boundaries for Essex.
Somerset 283 for 8, so they require 4 runs down on the south coast.
Would be rather fitting, wouldn't it? Tom Abel on 96 to hit a boundary to win it for Somerset. Hampshire, though, they'll scrap away. Undoubtedly.
5 for 61 for Sonny Baker, getting towards the end of his 17th over. Cricketer on England watch, isn't he? I think would be fair to say. Very highly thought of. Made those white ball appearances last year. It'd be fair to say didn't exactly go to plan or show the best of what he has available to him. But he's had a good start to the championship in 2026. End of the over. 99 overs now have been bowled in the innings. Score is 335 for 2. And Sam Robson will be the man on strike on 149.
He's been out there for over 380 minutes. Sam Robson at the crease. Faced 295 deliveries so far. Here he is against Guthrie. Can't quite work it beyond Bartlett for that required single. Really has been a top-class effort from the Middlesex opener. Yes, he's had a couple of lives, a couple of chances. He's not allowed it to faze him, though, and that's the important thing. He's made full use of this second opportunity. He's got Middlesex into a great position here for the draw. Here is Guthrie again. Robson that time just pushes it away. Square of the wicket for 4, and that will be the 150 for the veteran opener. Top-class innings this from Sam Robson. A rise from 297 deliveries, includes 19 fours. exceptionally well batted Sam Robson. And nice to hear that ripple of applause by those here at the county ground in Northampton. An appreciation for what has been a superb knock.
Absolutely right. Superb innings. And Somerset have beaten Hampshire down at Southampton by 2 wickets. Tom Abel hitting the winning runs, finishing 101 not out. Jack Leach 6 not out as Somerset march on after their dominant start to the 2026 County Championship. So another result in the books here on Monday afternoon. So it's now just ourselves here at Northampton, and then the game over at Warwickshire, outstanding in round 3 of the County Championship. Next weekend will be, well, there'll be a lot more, won't there? A lot more options to watch and consume, as those teams that weren't playing this week will retake the field. One more single taken added to the score.
One more results for you of the County Championship. This one's at Southampton. Somerset have beaten Hampshire by 2 wickets.
It's a continuation of James Sales from the David Capel end. To tickle over 15 minutes until tea is taken. On target with regards to the over rate as well. Oh, big shout.
And nothing from the umpire. All eyes on the umpire. Another good appeal for Northamptonshire. Oh, probably swinging down the leg side and possibly not pitching in line either. So made a good noise though on the pad of the Middlesex the Middlesex skipper. A good thud, wasn't it? A good LBW sounding thud. But on hindsight and the benefit of a replay, not a great deal going for it.
No, hence why the shout quickly dissipated for the Northants fielders. Started to just get a little bit brighter again now, hasn't it? As well, compared to that gloomy patch of cloud earlier. Sun starting to peer through ever so slightly. That one well played and well weighted by Deploy. Single down towards deep backward point.
I'll tell you what, that Essex-Warwickshire game. 2 wickets for Warwickshire, 44 runs to win for Essex now. You said at lunchtime you thought there'd be a little twist in the story over in Birmingham, didn't you? A lot of cricket left to play. Let's not kid ourselves in that particular fixture. Simon Harmer and Zaman Akhtar in the middle for Essex.
Still require 43 though. Jamie Pawson, the only one left. It's the classic, isn't it? For Warwickshire, 2 good deliveries, you win the game. Can they execute those 2 deliveries, though? That is the question. Whereas for those 43, Essex will have to remain practically perfect.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. Just spooned back over James Sales. One of the more eventful dot balls on day 4 here. Leading edge, held in the surface, and lands in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Robson continues on 154. He's earned a bit of luck, hasn't he? He has toiled away. Into the thigh pad, safely into the leg side. End of the over. 343 for 2.
Yeah, just another little break here. Quick drink. Yeah, something tells me there won't be a declaration here for Middlesex. Just hasn't been that switching through the gears, has there? And not much time remaining, really, in the game either. 33 overs. Of course, it is a minimum. But given the fact that it would be, well, it would be entirely seen, wouldn't it? With that quartet of Roland Jones, Higgins, Sharma and Helm. Don't think we're going to see too late a finish here this evening.
No, there's always those extra things just to think about, isn't there, when it comes to these conversations. And we spoke yesterday and we spoke this morning about could there be an appetite to set something up. I think we both agreed at the time that earlier on this morning, that in reality there probably wasn't enough time to really try and set anything up of any kind of serious nature. And the other thing as well, on the point that you highlighted, the fact that Middlesex did lose last week. Yes, they go into the week off. Yes, there's no relegation from Division 2, but don't really want to get into a situation of potentially losing 2 on the bounce. And first and foremost, there probably just wasn't enough time in the game to be able to set something up that would have interested Northamptonshire. Plus, it's the third game of the season. It's not a case of, yes, they are helpful. And as you said, you don't go up by drawing games of cricket. However, what you definitely don't go up by losing them, do you? Front of square, in front of point, 4 more. Sam Robson at his very best. He moves to 158. Middlesex now just 3 runs away from 350 in this third innings.
Again, just looking at the wagon wheel here for Sam Robson. Plenty of runs being scored in front of square on both sides of the wicket. 25 on the offside, 44 through mid-wicket. With just 1 down to theoretical long on. 7 down to long off.
It was a good one, wasn't it, down to long on? Nice looking single. That one down the leg side. That'll be another 4. That'll be the 350 for Middlesex as well. 162 now for Robson. So 2 good results in the county championship already here on day 4. Lancashire beating Gloucestershire down at Bristol. Somerset just beating Hampshire down at Southampton. We're getting closer to what would be the scheduled tea interval here in Northampton. 3 deliveries left in Guthrie's over. Short. Oh, it's a great take, and it's given. It's a fantastic catch by Lewis McManus. Absolutely brilliant athleticism by the Northants wicketkeeper, but it does bring about the end to what has been a fantastic, brilliant, and wonderful innings. 162 for the Middlesex opener, Sam Robson. Battled hard early on yesterday, battled hard this morning. And he certainly just cemented Middlesex's position in this game. 162 for Sam Robson.
Yeah, he's batted tremendously well, has Robson. And again, he will be applauded off the field, as you can hear through the ambient mic. Has gotten his side through to the draw. Super style. Also a word about that catch from McManus. I mean, you look at the current game situation. It is going. It appears to be a draw. Could easily have just allowed that to go through, but no, flung himself, didn't he, to his left and pulls off an absolute worldie.
Yeah, it was a spectacular piece of wicket keeping by Lewis McManus. One for the cameras, I think would be fair to say. Hopefully the Northants photographer was in prime position to take a picture of that one. So Ben Geddes heads out to the middle to join Luce Deploy. Lead now of 283. 32 points, or a minimum of 32.2 overs remaining in the day's play. As the sun breaks back out behind the cloud. Three down now, Middlesex, 351 for 3. So we'll take tea when we get round to that stage of the game, and then I would imagine it'll be handshakes at the earliest opportunity between the two sides, which we believe is 5 o'clock. So that one drifts down the leg side again. Just as that final hour is about to start. So that game over at Edgbaston, that's kind of the one that you want to be tuned into, isn't it, with respect to this fixture. You'd still say Warwickshire in the driving seat, but there'll be a few nerves, won't there, rumbling around Edgbaston at the moment. Zaman Akhtar's on 34 and Simon Harmer's on 32. They've just brought up a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. I mean, from a Warwickshire perspective as well, based on what happened down at Hove last weekend, if they can't get over the line here against Essex, it's a bit of a disastrous start, isn't it, from the opening 3 rounds of the Championship, Aaron? End of the over, successful one. 351 for 3.
9th wicket has fallen at Edgbaston.
Oh, is that what you celebrated for? Is that what you muted the microphone?
Has got Simon Harmer. So there has been a wicket there in Birmingham. No further wickets here in Northampton. Middlesex still 351 for 3. So just looking at the time here, imagine this could be the final over before the tea interval.
I don't think anybody's in a particular rush to get any more than this, are they? James Sales then to round the session out. Is that the result over in Edgbaston?
No.
No.
No, so it's Jamie Porter who joins Zaman Akhtar in that one. It's quite a bumper round, isn't it, in round 4 as well? Of course, the 10 teams who weren't in action this week to return in the 4th round, as that one just dabbed down to deep backward point by deploy for 1. As we said, it's going to be a brilliant season really across divisions. Division 1 looks very, very tight. A lot of the teams have recruited brilliantly over the course of the winter. And then here in the 2nd division, well, we've almost earmarked probably 5 counties at this stage, at least. Northampton, Middlesex, Derbyshire, they're almost the dark horses. A lot of people fancy Durham and Lancashire.
Hill for caught down the leg side. Shake of the head from umpire. Then Geddes yet to get off the mark, and you face those 3 deliveries. Northampton's plan here, bowling very, very straight. 2 catches in there on the leg side. Calvin Harrison at first slip. Solid defense by Guedes. And a dot ball to end the over into the offsides. So the score at T as the players make their way off. Floodlights on, blue skies above. 352 for 3. The 1 wicket to 4 was that of Sam Robson. Captain loose deploy on 65 not out. Then Guedes yet to get off the mark. Players take a break, so will we. And we'll see you in about 20 minutes for the final, what we assume to be hour of this fixture. Good afternoon, and welcome back to what is the final game of the championship going on here in round 3. And I think it would be fair to say that one result is possible at this stage of the game. Middlesex are 352 for 3. They lead by 284 runs, and there are a minimum of 31 overs remaining in the day's play. Calvin Harrison will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles. We're powered by Daffabet. And Aaron, I just know you're desperate to give us those scores from Edgbaston that's finished whilst we've been off for tea.
Yep, it has finished in the second city. Warwickshire have got their first victory of the season. They have beaten Essex by 41 runs at Edgbaston. Bo Webster, the hero for the Bears, 2 wickets in quick succession. The first was Simon Harmer, caught by Rob Yates. The 10th and final wicket.
Desperately needed it, didn't they? They desperately needed that victory. It was looking a bit ugly when Harmer and Akhtar were going together, got the runs required down into the 40s. And they'd have been thinking there was a bit of deja vu going on from what happened down on the south coast a week ago. So good for Warwickshire, good to get the win on the board. Essex, a little bit of an indifferent start for a team that have challenged for the title on such a regular basis in recent years, but they'll be back again. Both teams will be back again next week, won't they? They both play week 4. I think it's Northampton, Middlesex have the week off, and I think it's Hampshire and Somerset. I think it's those 4 counties that don't play in round 4 of the county championship. All the other teams will be in action, so it'll be, as you said before, T, a much more kind of action-packed weekend compared to the 4 that we had, or the 4 fixtures that we had this weekend. First runs of the evening session off the bat of the captain, Luis Deploy, the leading run scorer in Division 2 here in the county championship now, well over 300 runs, 66 not out. Ben Guedes yet to get off the mark. Just like to thank everybody that's tuned in over the course of the 4 days here on the Northamptonshire YouTube channel. It's been great to have your company and learning from where you've been watching from. It'd be good fun, wouldn't it, to find out where you're tuning in from for the remainder of this game. Talk to us about some village cricket, some club cricket. Have you got any stories from the weekend? Did anything good happen? Anything funny happen? Any personal milestones? Love to hear those stories. Floodlights on here at the county ground. It's pretty gloomy out there. It really is. You can really see the shadows being cast off from the feet of the fielders out there as Zabe, with much more enthusiasm than a lot of his teammates, joyfully skips towards the David Capel end to have a bowl, I would imagine. Are we about to get the light meter out, Aaron?
Well, it's already been out, and I believe the 2 sides are about to depart the field of play.
Well, we've had an over since tea, and I think what could be described as quite fittingly, that could be the end of the fixture, couldn't it, between the 2 counties? The players go off for bad light, so we've still got a minimum of 29.5 or 30 overs remaining in the day's play. And well, we will be back as and when any cricket resumes here at the county grounds. Well, folks, the players are shaking hands on the balcony. So Bad Light has, in fact, won in the end in this fixture. Yeah, close of play, 353 for 3 for Middlesex in their third innings. They batted really, really well, resiliently well here on day 3. Sam Robson in particular, a huge innings of 162. 86 for Max Holden, 66 not out for the captain, Lewis Deploy, not out for Ben Geddes. There was a wicket for Luke Proctor, a wicket for Liam Guthrie, and 1 for Calvin Harrison. And the points will be shared between Northamptonshire and Middlesex.
They certainly will. I think that is a fair result, isn't it? Of course, it's been a shame, the Bad Light playing spoil sport throughout the fixture, but there we go. At the end of the day, we do know the result here from the county ground, Northampton. It ends in a draw, not the worst result for either team, and they head into the bye week firmly in the hunt, in the mix, in that top 4.
Absolutely right. Aaron, been a pleasure to have your company over the course of the weekend, as per usual. Thank you to all of you at home that have tuned in during the course of the 4 days here in this county championship fixture. You yourself, you'll be back on Sunday when Northamptonshire take on Herefordshire in that opening game of the T20 Cup. And the men will return to the county grounds in week 5 of the county championship when Worcestershire are the visitors. So if we don't see you beforehand, we wish you a very good start. Well, it's only Monday, isn't it? A good start to your week, and we'll see you very soon.